Here's what. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Randy. It's okay. I work 9 hours a day most days and whatnot. And I come home and I hop on YouTube and I drink and I do my thing and it is what it is, man. I fucked up, I guess. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. I'm really not excited about it. I definitely be at court tomorrow, and I'm very anxious about it, unfortunately. But that's okay. It is what it is. Um, I'm not really that worried about it. I just gotta send them my information on my breathalyzer. And honestly, I'm just gonna tell them, hey, I forgot I had court today. I've got the information. I asked my breathalyzer company for it yesterday. Well, today. I'm gonna say today because they're probably closed on Sundays. I asked them for it today, and they said they'd send it to me. I haven't gotten it yet, but as soon as I get it, I will send it to you. I promise. I think that's what I'm gonna do, and hopefully that's my way out. And if I don't get a way out, then I guess I'll own up to it, and that's just how it is. That's my idea, though. That's my plot. I know it's bad to like have like ideas and like to think like that. It's like have like I can get it this way, and if not, I can blame it on that. But that's what exactly what I'm gonna do. I don't even feel bad about it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate the government, and the government fucking sucks dick. So if the government wants to fuck me, they can try and fuck me. It's fine. And that's really about it. If you got me, you got me, Mr. Government. It's a new stream, whichever one you use. Yeah, you didn't miss nothing, Eve. To be honest with you. I'll just tell him I fucked up. Like, hey, yeah, I fucked up. That's really what it comes to. I'll just tell him that. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but if it does, I will. No, it's all good, bro. I ain't worried about it. I am pretty sure I'll be okay. I just gotta answer the phone in the evening. I'll be live tomorrow night. And I'll talk to y'all about it then, to be honest with you. That's fine. I've got a good plan on it, and it's gonna be okay. I'm not really that worried about it at all, to be honest with you. Like, hey, it's court today. I don't fucking know what it's about, but what you need from me, and they'll tell me what I need, and I'll send it to them, and then they will review it, and then they'll get back to me. And if they decide they want to fuck me, they can't, I guess. Big love to you guys. Dude, PB's so bad. It's fun. Randy, I won't be doing that. Sorry. I won't do that. I'm not gonna stop drinking, sorry. It's just a thing. Really blows ass, but it is what it is. Good. Yeah, okay. I was on the phone with a friend, that's what brought it all up, but it's okay, we're done talking about it. We can talk about anything else if you guys want. I'd really appreciate that. I've got it handled tomorrow. Whatever happens, happens. I'll just talk to y'all about it. Obviously, I'll be transparent. You know me. I'll tell y'all what's real. I'll tell y'all what's up. So I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Unfortunately, I do appreciate you guys though. No, the thing is, dude, I work fucking 8, 9 hours a day. I feel like I have the right to have a beer when I get home from work, or like 5. If I want to drink some beer when I get home from work, I should be able to do that. Point blank, period. If I'm not harming anybody, I'm not doing anything wrong. Why the fuck are you on my dick? But, we'll see about that tomorrow. Fine. I'm just over here sitting in my chair, drinking a beer. Am I really hurting anybody? I'm not hurting anybody. If I'm hurting anybody, I'm hurting myself, and I don't really care. So it just really sucks. Really, really sucks. If I was out like being an asshole and like causing fights and being an actual degenerate and being a piece of shit, I can understand that, but I'm just in my fucking bedroom drinking beer. You're really gonna fuck me for that? I mean, you can, but really? That's it. It's okay. What am I up to? I'm not up to shit, bro. It doesn't clap. Nah, don't clap. Fucking obese. Sorry. I recognize something, but I don't acknowledge it, so that's where we're different. In fact, I don't want to stop. I've known. I like drinking. I enjoy it. After work, nothing like it. Nothing fucking like it after work. Long way to work. It's a long day to work. And, y'all can fucking judge me all you fucking want, dude. Sorry. I'm not gonna fucking lie to y'all, though, and act like some person that I'm not. I will tell you how it is. I am who I am. I like what I like, and I do enjoy fucking getting drunk. Sorry. Y'all can get mad at me. Y'all can unsubscribe. Y'all can do whatever you want to do, man. It is what it is. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not you and you're not me. And that's really about it. Yeah. I go through a mental onslaught every day. I deal with tables, I deal with people constantly, I deal with problems all day. And what I do to decompress is drink. It's just what I do. I, it's just what I do, man. It's, I don't smoke weed, I don't do anything like that. I drink to decompress, and that's what I do. Big sin, I guess. No peace as you judge me, but it's fine. I don't really mind him. I get it. I'll be right back. Yeah, man. Good luck to you guys. They're in the right nuts. Piss now. Your comment doesn't even make sense. No peace. I get it was supposed to be endearing, but it still doesn't make sense. I've told y'all night and night again I work 10 hours a day. I go to work and then I come home and I hop on here. I drink, dude. That's really about it. It's really about it. So yeah, I'm the devil. It's fine. It's empty, by the way. Well, Captain. You're good. You're good, Nope. Nope, you're good. No reason to apologize at all, dude. You're on the internet. First of all, you shouldn't apologize for anything you do on the internet. You goofball. Second of all, whose opinion? Nobody's opinion is really fucking right. To be completely straight up honest, real 100% with you. I truly don't. I'm about to get fucked tomorrow, but that's whatever. Sucks ass, but it is what it is. It was a good trip. I had a good time. I was sick on some peanuts, dude. My favorite kind of peanuts right here. Spanish Reds. With some cayenne. I buy these peanuts, salt the Spanish Reds, and then I put some cayenne pepper in there. Some salt. Shake it like that. And then the cayenne pepper and the salt, they attach to the peanuts. And you got the spicy, salty nuts right here. It's so fucking good. So fucking good. Really consider our things. Okay as fuck. But no, if you want some good peanuts, dude, if you like some spice, you get the Spanish Reds, you get some salt, and then you get some cayenne. And you cook that all together. Or not cook it all together, you fucking put it in the container, shake it, shake the fuck out of it. And don't just put like a tiny bit, put a good amount of cayenne in there, give it a little bit of spice. Motherfuckers are good. They're really, really good. Really, really good. Yeah, that's my take on I like spicy stuff though, so if you really don't like spicy stuff, the thing with me is like, I drink 100%. We all know that. It's a fact. I don't like food coloring or food dyes or anything like that. I'm weird, dude. I'm weird. I don't like that shit. So instead of like spicy Cheetos, I do spicy peanuts. So I'll go get these peanuts. Like sometimes I'd be creating like the flaming hot Cheetos. This is my what you would call it? Substitute. This is my substitute to the flaming hot peanuts or Cheetos. I call them bussin' nuts peanuts. Yeah, I'm not really a big like food dye supporter. So I get some cayenne pepper, some salt, throw it in here, and I shake it up. And it's fucking delicious. I won't lie to you. Mm-hmm. Well, it's recording last night at least. That's because it's original. This is something I don't know this myself. But it has to be the Redskin Spanish peanuts. You get these peanuts, the Redskin Spanish, and then you do what you gotta do. I'm trashed. I've been trashed. Yeah, garlic sounds good. I like garlic though. Gotta eat an empty gallon Ziploc bag and pour a whole jar of mayonnaise in it. Toss it for 5 peanuts. 5 peanuts and a whole bag of mayo. I'm sick. My mouth is also on fire right now. My lips are burning. Is that cayenne pepper? I can feel my lips expanding right now. Holy fuck. Damn, bro, lit. I hadn't even paid attention to y'all at all. I'm sorry about that. I was knocked earlier on Fallout though. Y'all saw that shit? I was fucking dead. Bro, I told. Oh, wait a second. I told you about the garlic ice cream scenario. I told Randy. It's that you're mentioning the garlic ice cream story. Is that what you're bringing up right now? If not, I've got a story for you. If you were not talking about the Florida story, it is. It was. Garlic ice. What's that to do with Bex? Y'all are tripping. I don't think y'all know what I'm talking about. I really don't think y'all know what I'm talking about. I really don't think y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I was knocked. I was fucking dead over there. I got Kurt clipped. Regardless, so I went back when I went to Phoenix a while ago. I went with my mother and whatnot, and we went to a restaurant called Bad Jimmy's. Randy and I also ate there. We got burgers there. Burger spot. They have this dessert. It's the olive oil and sea salt ice cream. My mother and I both got some olive oil sea salt ice cream. It was fucking delicious. It was absolutely magnificent ice cream. One of the best ice cream experiences I've ever had in my life, to be completely straight up honest with you. So, we had the ice cream. We had a really good time. Went back to Oklahoma, and we went to Arizona. Not to Arizona. We went to Florida like a month later. Because of vacation and whatnot. But there was a soft serve ice cream shop there in Florida. Mom was like, we should get some olive oil and some sea salt and get the soft serve ice cream and make our own Bad Jimmy's ice cream. I said 100% we should do that. I absolutely agree with you. We should definitely do that. So we went and we ate a Philly cheesesteak. We all had fat Philly cheesesteaks, and I ate too much of mine. I was dead. And I was like, I'm not going into Walmart with you right now. I'm dead. I can't go in there. I literally, physically cannot move. I need to lay down and take a nap in this back seat. I'm anacondaed out. They said, okay, that's fine. We'll go in there, we'll get it. They go in there, they get all the stuff they need, and they also get the olive oil for the olive oil sea salt ice cream. And then the next day, we go to the ice cream shop to get some soft serve, and we have the olive oil. We're so excited. It's like, got the olive oil right here. We got the sea salt. We're about to have the time of our life right now. This is about to be Bad Series 2.0. I get out the car. We order our shit. My mom's like, get the olive oil out of the truck. Get the olive oil out of the truck. I go to the truck. I open it up. And I see it right there in front of my face. It's olive oil. But it's garlic olive oil. Garlic olive oil. I said, fuck. Oh, fuck. We're cooked. Right? I said, oh, fuck, we're cooked. And then I was like, hey, Mom, you realize you bought garlic olive oil because it's in straight bold letters on the front on the label. It said garlic olive oil. She's like, no, I didn't. What are you talking about? I was like, it literally says garlic in all caps right here. Like, what do you fucking mean you didn't buy garlic olive oil? She's like, oh, I'm sure it will be okay. I'm sure it won't really taste that garlicky on the ice cream. We sprinkled that shit on our ice cream with sea salt. And the ice cream tasted like straight up cloves of garlic, and it was the worst ice cream experience of my entire existence. It was fucking bad. We got olive oil salt ice cream in Phoenix. Then we got the garlic olive oil and salt on the ice cream in fucking Florida. It was the worst ice cream I ever had in my life. I tried to eat it. I had like 3 spoons of it, and I was like, yeah, I can't eat this. This is so ass. And on the whole ride home, all I could taste was like creamy garlic. It was fucked. And that's really about it. Bye. Nobody got fucked. But regular olive oil and some sea salt on a fucking ice cream cone, soft serve, so fucking good. So good. Delicious. Yeah, Captain, it was not a good experience. I'm telling you right now, that fucking garlic ice cream was really, really bad. I got sick. I had a chili dog, and then I got some garlic ice cream, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, hey, you know that says garlic, right? She's like, no, it doesn't. I was like, no, it literally says garlic in big bold letters. What do you mean, no, it doesn't? And then, yeah, it really sucked. But with regular olive oil and salt, sea salt, delicious. So, that's about it for y'all. I don't know, I didn't really like laxative issues. I was there in Florida for a month. It was so fun. It was during the hurricane. It was during the most recent hurricane in Florida. And it was really fun. Really fun time. I bought a surfboard. And then I went out with these people who very obviously lived there. I was obviously very fucking poser pantsy motherfucker. And I rolled up next to them and whatnot. They were out so far. They were out like 400 meters into the ocean, catching waves. I had never been that far in the ocean in my entire life. It was so scary out there. So sketchy. It was so sketchy. It was less sketchy the time I did a lifeguard test when I was 18. I almost died in the ocean when I was 18. I did the lifeguard test in Maryland. That shit was fucking scary, by the way. That shit was terrifying. Lifeguard test in Maryland, Ocean City, Maryland, was one of the most scary events in my fucking life. I was a junior in high school. I was a junior in fucking high school. We were on vacation for summer, so I was about to be a junior in high school and whatnot. And my dad and I, we ran a mile down the beach and whatnot, and he saw a lifeguard because I'm really decent at swimming. I'm not bad at swimming at all. Obviously, because if I was not good at swimming, I would have drowned. I would have died on that fucking trip right there. He's like, you should they hire lifeguards and then you can come out here and stay out here in the summer in the dorms, the lifeguard dorms, and you can come back home. I was like, all right, you know what? That sounds pretty interesting. I'll try it out. He said, try the lifeguard test out. I was like, I'll definitely try it out right now. He's like, all right. So he wake up to the lifeguard. I was like, hey, you guys have positions open for the summer? He's like, yeah, we do. He's like, all right. What do I have to do? You gotta swim all the way down the pier and then swim 800 meters to the left and then come back. The pier was like 1,000 meters out. It was a fucking distance, dude. So I swam all the way along the rocks onto the pier. I got out there and I turned left. And that's when I started getting exhausted because the waves are already smacking me and whatnot. I'm getting fucked. Getting absolutely railed. And I take a left. I'm like, alright, whatever. We can do this. And I dive under the water because I was, at this point, at first, I was just fucking stroking. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, alright, I gotta go north now. I'm gonna try and do some underwater fucking acrobatic swimming right now. Like, I'm gonna try and swim underwater. Swim underwater. Made it almost all the way. And then, I got hit. I'm telling you right now, I got hit by a wave. And I felt one of the biggest fish of my life after I got hit by the wave. I got hit by the wave, I tumbled in the waves and whatnot, and I kept swimming on. Felt big ass fish swim between my legs. I'm like, oh fuck. That's also terrifying. It's fucking spooky as fuck when you're in the ocean and you don't know what the fuck's touching you. Scary as fuck. I go back under the water because I'm better at swimming underwater and just but like doing that way faster, way more eloquent. Then I come up, I start treading water again. Treading water, I'm fucking exhausted at this point. I look over, I see my dad, I see the lifeguard. They're both like, the lifeguard's on the chair, fucking honestly goes watching me. My dad's on at the bottom of the lifeguard chair. He doesn't even, he's like, this is like a lifeguard, it's like a tower pretty much. He's like down just on the beach. Other guys in the tower watching me. I swim. And I just get tired. I didn't make it the whole half mile back to whatnot. I cut in. I just swam back. And then I swim back into the shore. I got up there. I was fucking dead as fuck. I was scared as fuck. I was scared as fuck. I was dead as fuck. And the lifeguard came to me. He's like, "Dude, you're a badass." He's like, I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You just fucking swam out 800 meters and did that and did that and did that. Like, that's ballsy. That's ballsy as fuck. I was watching you. A couple times I thought I was going to go in and save you, but like, the fact that you just fucking were like, alright, fuck it, I'll do it, I respect it." He's like, "If you want to jump as a lifeguard, put me down." But I was honestly traumatized. I was so fucked up by that shit. I genuinely was like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't want to be a lifeguard anymore, dude. This shit's, the ocean's scary as fuck." So I didn't take the job. But it was very scary. And then another time when I was like 9 years old, I was at South Padre Island in Texas. No, that's a lie. I was back. This was also in Maryland, Ocean City, Maryland, in the Atlantic Ocean. I was out swimming, and I got sucked way down the shore by the fucking ocean and whatnot. And that was not really, really fucking far. I was out pretty fucking, not as far as I was in the swing test or anything like that, but I was out like decently far for a 9-year-old. And this big ass Samoan guy, I will never forget this person in my life. This motherfucker is one of the reasons I would not be alive if it wasn't for this Samoan fuck. Straight up. So this big old Samoan guy's out here in the water. Because only reason he's in the water, by the way, is one of his stools got sucked out like way far out. And I'm like 20 feet further than he is out. And he's like, "Hey, are you alright?" I was like, "Yeah." I'm okay, because I was like, I'm not going to be a bitch. I'm not going to ask some stranger for help. I'm going to be okay. And then he grabs the stool and he starts swimming back to shore. I had to keep going out further and further. And I'm like, wait, please, sir, wait. And he turns around finally, after like the third, fourth time of me swimming, "Sir, please wait." Turns around, he looks at me, he sees the panic on my face. He's like, "I was wrong, please help me out, please help me out." He swims out there. Biggest fucking hand I've ever fucking read in my life, by the way. Fucking, I was also 9 years old, so it seemed like it was bigger because I was a kid. Envelops my hand in his hand and pulls me up. He's like, we're alright. And then he walked me up to the beach. You see, he swam with the stool with me behind the side, down to grab his leg and whatnot, and like, we got to the beach. That was one of these, I'm telling you right now, I would have probably died in the ocean if it was not for that fucking Samoan guy. So serious. One of the most scary experiences of my life. No, when I was in Florida, when I learned to surf in Florida, two people died in the ocean at Florida. It was really fucked up. Two people went missing in the beach because of the hurricane, and the hurricane sucked them out. They just weren't. They weren't prepared for it. They just didn't expect it and whatnot, and they got sucked into the ocean and they died. Two people, and That was my last, one of the last. That was the second to last time I went to Florida, and it was fucked up. The beach closed down, and like there were helicopters zooming up and down the beach. It was fucked up. But yeah, people died. It was really sad. The ocean's fucking downright evil. PCB fifth. PCB Florida. I don't know what PCB is though. I've been to the beach I'm talking about where that happened at was Cocoa Beach. Yeah, Cocoa Beach in Florida. But I've been to a few beaches in Florida. I've been to Clearwater Beach. I've been to Madeira Beach. I've been to Destin, Florida, whatnot. But the place where someone died was at Cocoa Beach. It was fucked up. Panama City Beach, PCB. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've never been to Panama City at all, but ocean's brutal. Dude, what happened to me earlier? I fucking knocked out and died. Y'all saw that, right? I was fucking dead earlier. I was legit straight up dead. I was like, if you were there for that, right? Where I fucking died. I don't even know how I woke back up. I really don't even know how I woke back up. Dude, I said, I don't even know how I woke back up. I really don't. I was fucking fried, dude. You could tell I was fighting it too. I was fighting it, dude, for a while. I fucking myself like 3 times. Like, I slapped myself in the face to keep myself up, and like 5 minutes later, I was just done. My eyes look crazy. I didn't see that. I didn't see him say wake up. But I woke up, I took the headset off, and I was like, what the fuck? And I looked at the screen, I was like, I didn't even remember where I was in the game at that point. It was pretty interesting. Mayhaps. I was fried. That's all I know. Yeah, I slept for a whole day in Fallout New Vegas. That was crazy. What were y'all doing while, dude? Yeah, were y'all, did you think I was gonna wake back up, or you think I was just done there? Cause listen. My other stream. You can ask, yeah. Yeah, I got my sleep stream set up right now. I'm not going to sleep yet though. It's on my phone, but it's, you know what I mean? She didn't call me, she texted me. Those fucking Brits. I feel so bad that every 5 words she gets cut off. What do you mean, Brandy? I don't know what that means. All I know is she DM'd me. She's like, "Are you all right?" I was asleep. I was fucking, dude. Also, that was the first time I ever fallen asleep in the gaming chair. And you guys know, dude, I was fucking fighting that shit. I was fighting so hard, dude. It's just like, it just kept creeping on me. I was like, I slapped myself to wake myself up. I did all kinds of things and whatnot. But no, I was just fucked. Fucking Brits. So it's the English Wi-Fi. I think I opened a beer like 3 minutes ago. I didn't do it like within the last 30 seconds. I worked really hard today. I don't even know how I slept. Like, did I just go down like this? Like, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's how I slept. I'm pretty sure it's just this number right here. Pretty sure this was like just like that. But like, I was like, it took a while for me to even get there. I was like, That's pretty much how it went out. Like that's. I don't know how I can, I'll be honest with you there. I was fucking fried. Sandman had my ass earlier, bro. That's all I know. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Have a good day. Have a good day. My man, what's up? What's up, my man? Okay, guys. We're about to do the sleep stream. I got big love for you guys. I have the mobile stream up. So pop in there after this one's done. It'll be done in probably 2 minutes. Hopefully 2 minutes, because we're about to send it. And that's all I can really say. Mm-hmm. Oh, this thing is full as fuck. I'm gonna try and drink it all. If I can't, I can't. Really, it really doesn't even matter. It's just a beer. Boo-hoo. I'm gonna drink what I can drink. I'm gonna drink what I'm willing to drink. I'm gonna drink what I want to drink. What I'm willing to drink. And yeah. Cheers. Big love. These voodoos, man, they're evil. Oh my god. Yeah, it's fine. I'm alright. What do you mean those eyes? I'm fine. You know, alcohol decreases the amount of REM sleep you can have, increases the stage 3 though deep sleep, but also increases the likelihood to have apnea. I know you said apnea. I said apnea to be funny. Yeah, I don't want sleep apnea. Sleep apnea sounds really bad. My grandma has it. She wears a Darth Vader mask. Yeah, sleep apnea. My grandma has it. I got a big brain. I got a good brain. I'm not retarded. Seems like I'm back in the game. Yeah, I woke up. I took a nap and I passed out. Then I woke up. I'm back in the game. I don't even remember falling asleep earlier. It was kind of hilarious. I woke up and I looked up. I was like, wait, what the fuck? We were definitely knocked out for a minute there. Good times though. Good times though. Why Omegle is not working? Do you know anything? It's become paid? Question mark? What the fuck does that even mean? What kind of question is that? Why Omegle not working? Do you know anything? Question mark. Why it's become paid? I don't know anything about Omegle, buddy. So sorry. They got knocked. I got knocked. In fact, wait, is the stream still on here? It is. I'm not gonna fuck around. Steam. Store. Shift 2. This game looks good. I low-key want to get this game. I want soccer too, dude. Buckshot roulette. Let's add it to the cart. Oh, it's not like this fucking card. can't afford that one, unfortunately, but I'll buy the first one. Whatever. Person's temple ad wall back. Looked like it was sleepwalking, but it was just ever safe asleep. As opposed to Bram, he was just dancing and singing. That's fucking crazy as fuck. Yeah, I didn't even know what I do these. Like, oh. Fuck yeah. Okay, we got it. We got one more for one. We need 2 and 3, unfortunately. Since being a fuck up. Jim right, Yeefy is right. I know he's my moderator, but he's just speaking on fucking science. She is scientifically correct. Oh, good captain. Okay, I'm not shitting on you at all, but in my opinion, from that conversation, I would say Yeef is 100% scientifically correct. What? Oh, okay, I didn't know if there was some science behind it or not. The internet is full of myths, some science. Huh? Okay, I didn't know if there was some science behind it or not. The internet is full of myths and disinformation. Gotcha. It seems like you can never get a clear, non-contradictory answer. I like that, Captain. Big, big brain on you, Captain, because that was a intelligent answer. And you're right about the internet. Mm. Bank. Beef's right. Beef is the goat. You have fried right now? Oh, it was mine. Mm-hmm. Good night. We're cooked. I'm fried. I gotta go to bed. Mm-hmm. So real. Mm. I will suck it. It's good to see you. I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to go to sleep. So, if you don't like watch, whatever, dude. I'm gonna quit streaming anyways. It doesn't even matter. I'll be done in like fucking 6 days, so y'all can say what you want to do. Whatever. Good night. We're done. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're gonna go pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. Gotta brush my teeth real quick. I'm dead as fuck. Yeah. Uh. I'm fucking fucked. Oh, I'm so fucked. It's okay. You're okay. Don't you worry, big dog. You're not fucked. You are the man. I really make shit happen, so I don't even know how I could be fucked.
Delta 2315, Delta 20.
I've heard that the remaining members of Epstein's network have devised a conspiracy to create an incident similar to and blame Iran for it. So Ali tweeted that out 2 days later, and he's dead. In the last few weeks, all that anybody's been able to talk about is the war with Iran, or really, I should say, the conflict in the Middle East. And that's because a month ago really, we weren't in this war. This is a very recent development, a very violent development, and a very real development that's taken hundreds of lives so far, including the lives of over 100 Iranian school children who were hit by a missile while at school. Now, the U.S. has denied responsibility for that strike, but the way that I'm seeing it, and based on the evidence that I have personally seen, I believe that the U.S. was behind that strike, along with the other country who will not be named explicitly here because of censorship. But isn't it strange? All of a sudden, in the midst of one of the largest political scandals of war breaks just-in-time schedule so that I have the most information the last minute. We can meet in New York or Ireland any day. So I guess there was an Iran mention in there, that's why that's in there. But Peter Thiel, one of the most evil people on earth on Epstein Island. So here's an email or a text message between, I believe this is Epstein, and then someone, Miro Lachak. I don't know who this is either. Okay, I was unfamiliar with this guy. He's a Slovak politician and diplomat who held the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic from 2009 to 2010 and from 2012 to 2020. In late 25 and early 26, the release of the Epstein files by the Department of Justice triggered a major political scandal in Slovakia. Documents revealed extensive correspondence between Lachak, I hope I'm saying that right, Lachak, I'm sorry, and convicted Jeffrey Epstein from 2017 to 19, including reports that Lachak wanted to be introduced to young girls, expressed a desire to participate in Epstein's private games, and discussed strategic political interests with Epstein's network. While photographs confirmed their personal connection, Lachak maintained that the interactions were strictly professional and routine for his diplomatic duties. Of course, yes, it is routine for diplomatic duties to request young girls and to have fun with convicted and to play games with them, private games. So anyway, this is the guy, Miro Lachak. So I think this is Epstein's number and him texting. They're texting about hanging out in 2018. And then, as you can see, interestingly, July 23rd, 2018, Epstein sends a text to this Slovakian politician. Trump threatened Iran. Wink. And Miro, the politician, says, yes, I saw that and immediately remember our conversation. So what does that mean? Clearly, to me, the way I interpret that, this is Epstein, a guy plugged into politics and business, who's friends with presidents and former presidents, and he's talking here to a head of state, who was the head of state at the time, or not really head of state, I don't know the position that he was in, but he was very powerful. He held that position until 2020, this Miro guy. So Epstein here is talking to this guy, and Epstein goes out of his way to randomly text him and say Trump threatened Iran, wink, and the politician says that he remembers their conversation. So Epstein had talked with a politician in the past about Trump threatening Iran, which to me is, let's actually see what was going on out there. All right, New York Times, here we go. Trump threatens Iran on Twitter, warning of dire consequences. Of course, all caps. Never ever threaten the United States again, or you will suffer consequences the likes of which few throughout history have ever suffered before. We are no longer a country that will stand for your demented words of violence and death. Be cautious. Mr. Trump's message was apparently in response to a speech on Sunday who warned the U.S. that any conflict with Iran would be the mother of all wars. He had earlier threatened the disruption of oil shipments. This comes after Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal and would expose sanctions on all exporters of Iranian oil. So I wonder, so yeah, you can see this is what this was in response to, but why is Epstein winking? Why is he sending a message to this politician saying wink? And what was the conversation that he had with this politician about Trump threatening Iran or Trump causing conflict with Iran? Was Trump trying to deflect from some news story that came out at that time? I can't remember. I can't exactly recall what would have been happening at that moment in the United States political climate. But I do find it interesting that here's another direct mention of Trump threatening or taking action against Iran, and Epstein seems to like that. He's given a wink. So that was a move that Epstein would have seemingly supported. So here's another message. This time it is between the former prime minister and head of the blue and white flag country's security apparatus, Ehud Barak, and Jeffrey Epstein. Ehud, I did a whole episode on him. He's definitely an evil dude, and he and Epstein were partners in a lot of things. So August 31st, 2013. What's going on here? All right, so on August 31st, 2013, Obama announced he would seek congressional approval for a military against Syria, Major news included the aftermath of Egypt's violent crackdown on protesters, the deadly explosion in Beirut, Tim Tebow being cut by the Patriots, and a neo-Nazi attempting to take over a North Dakota town. I actually remember that story, this Craig Cobb guy, I remember that. So it's interesting. So they're talking about Syria, and you can see Epstein writes to Ehud Barak, his intelligence head in the Middle East and really good friend, who he also allegedly trafficked victims to. He says, time to write the wait until too late op-ed. Ehud writes back, it might be launched before the op-ed will be accepted by any major paper. Epstein writes back, it will be at a minimum a week or two, not before G20. Then Ehud says, after listening to POTUS speech, you're probably right. And then Epstein finally writes back, I would use the opportunity to compare it with Iran. The solutions become more complex with time, not less. I think many people would like your views on Egypt, Syria, Russia's role. I think you might point out the gassing of women and children as an expression from the 20th century. Women are no longer equivalent to children, civilians versus combatants only. So, yeah, just another mention of Iran, but I thought that was an interesting email chain to show that Epstein and people like Ehud Barak were plotting behind the scenes political moves and power grabs and, ways to manipulate people and influence politics on a world stage. Now, here's an interesting one. This is Epstein chatting with Larry Summers. Larry Summers is an American economist. He served as the 71st U.S. Secretary of the Treasury from 1999 to 2001, 27th President of Harvard University from 2001 to 2006, and the 8th Director of the National Economic Council from 2009 to 2010. So, Larry Summers, we've talked about him in the past. It's just a brief overview. He's an economist, plugged into Harvard, plugged into these elite old money networks. Interestingly, I don't know what to make of this convo, but this is from May of 2019. So this is shortly, a few months later, Epstein would be dead. Larry writes, Peril has become a Chinese propagandist and brushes away any romantic hint very firmly. Epstein says, where is she? Larry says, China. Epstein says, has she become nationalistic? Would not surprise me. Larry says, yep. Epstein says, goes back to family priority, community, and you suffer the imprimatur of being part of the enemy hierarchy. Larry says, yes, though she is quite friendly, just kind of firmly romance and sex averse. Example, if refer to her as cute, she ignores. So I don't know who they're talking about here. I mean, I don't understand the complexity of this specific conversation, but Epstein, writes back, yes, no surprise, she thinks she is a soldier at war. No soldier wants to be called cute. As she asked you to come out and write what a bad idea attacking China is, instead of bombing Iran, he put tariffs on Mexico. He's nuts. Then he says, no, blah, blah. This woman they're talking about occasionally sends pictures to Larry, resists any conversation with any sense of attachment. And then he says, yes, read Donald. So here's another mention of bombing Iran, where Epstein is talking about Donald Trump bombing Iran in the Epstein files. And it's interesting. He says, instead of bombing Iran, he puts tariffs on Mexico. He's nuts. So it sounds to me, reading this as an objective observer, that Epstein would have preferred Trump to bomb Iran versus put tariffs on Mexico. He's saying, instead of bombing Iran, he put tariffs on Mexico. He's nuts. And Larry Summers, the economist, says, yes, read Donald. So, really, really strange. Don't know what to make of that, but it's just so strange to have another mention of something like this in the files of Epstein bringing up Trump specifically bombing Iran. And it really looks like Epstein supported that. It's the second email or message that we've seen just so far where Epstein seems to have been in support of a plan to bomb Iran. So here is another message chain. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to an unknown person. They should not have redacted this email address, but they did because they like to protect perpetrators. Let's just read this message from some redacted person to Epstein in 2017. I hope so. My friends here, thank you for your effort. I visited with him yesterday. We have assurances that no military action will take place. Still waiting for Saudi to put what they want in writing, getting mixed signals from US. Even if he had a 45-minute call with your FM, my opinion, he is the last chance, because as I read Saudi newspapers every day, they seem to be going one way. Let's hope for the best. Still, the most important element, I think, is a clear message from U.S. to resolve the issues within GCC. Once Turkey and Iran are on board, things will get nasty. So you can see they're talking about Middle Eastern countries. The same sender says, show some love to Qatar. I've had so many people tell me to pronounce it so many different ways. Epstein's talking, U.S. message, confused as state and Pentagon think one thing, White House another. Emotions running high in your area. Maybe if I say I like your country, someone will try to give it to me. It's so bizarre. I mean, there's so many. It's hard to read a lot of these messages because they're so. Epstein talked so cryptically, and so did his friends. But at the very top, you can see this guy, whoever it is, wrote a ton of emojis here. When I see you again, no talking from my side. I look forward for your instructions on how to make money. Money, laugh, laugh, strong, strong, thumb up, clap, clap. And Epstein says, that's easy, no emotion involved. So that's how you make money with Epstein. But you got another reference to Iran. And once again, so now we've got Steve Bannon. You guys probably know Steve Bannon, Trump crony, ultra-right wing Steve Bannon. I mean, Steve Bannon's a truly evil guy from Breitbart and all the places that he's been and things that he's been involved with. But September 2018, Epstein writes to Steve Bannon, movie tonight? Steve, yes, Epstein. I did like the comment that Woodward was your stenographer. I laughed out loud. Steve writes, their stenographer. Then Epstein, here's where it gets interesting, writes, Christie blasts Woodward as stenographer for Steve Bannon. Your plan is working well. My French government guys said it is a shame that some of this has real-world consequences. Otherwise, the performances are fantastic. First of all, just a side note, I don't know what that means. Shame this has real-world consequences. The performances are fantastic. The plan's working well. French government guys. Epstein's got French government guys. There's so much to unpack there. I'm not going to pretend to know and understand the intricacies of exactly what Epstein was trying to say there. But he goes on, and I'm assuming Epstein's talking about the French government guys, but he says, they were also adamant and agreed with you that China, for the very first time, is following an imperialistic strategy, well thought through, covered in nice silk, and lamented the moment that Total, the French oil company, was forced to leave Iran. China was there within the week. So Epstein's talking about how his connections were sad. They were lamenting when the French oil company was forced to leave Iran. And obviously that was huge monetary, financial, security losses for France. And Epstein says China was there immediately within the week. He's basically alluding to, us, the West, being screwed over in places like Iran by China. And Steve Bannon says, yep, but that will all be reversed when regime falls. So once again, there's another reference to Iran and the regime falling. And once again, it's Epstein and a strategist of his or a friend of his talking positively about how great it would be if Iran was crumbled, if Iran fell. Because then other countries, blue and white flag country, would be, quote, safer. There'd be more security, they imagine, and then also there'd be tons and tons and tons of money to be made by members of the Epstein class. So keep that in mind. So here's an email from, this is a guy from Deutsche Bank, Vahi Stepanian, writing to Epstein. There are financial documents here that you can see, but he's basically talking about, I think this is Epstein's investments. And he says, good morning, Jeffrey. Confidential news out of Iran over the weekend has implications on global crude markets. So they're talking here about all this money, and I'm assuming Epstein was invested in oil, so they were watching Iran. And this just goes to show, I think this document is somewhat important because it goes to show that what was happening in Iran, and to this day, what happens in Iran matters a lot to people all around the world because there is so much oil there. There is so much money. There is an absolutely astronomical amount of money just below the surface in Iran, and people want that money. And Epstein was plugged into those networks. So, at the end of the day, war, on the surface, it can be presented as some sort of a social justice sort of thing, advocating for change or regime change or whatever. But when you really go back and you look at everything holistically, time and time again, you will always come to find that war and wars are started because of money. And that's it. It's the only reason anybody fights with anybody on those levels, for the most part, for money. And right here we're seeing one of Epstein's advisors, or I don't know this guy's position, but writing to Epstein about how what's happening in Iran has impacted his investments in the oil market. So yeah, that's something we're still seeing today. So now we've got messages between Epstein and an unknown sender. We don't know who this sender is. Once again, they were redacted. They shouldn't have been redacted. So you can see here that these people are talking about a film, being cut together. They're talking about including, I'm assuming, Brett Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court Justice, Maxine Waters screaming, Canada trade, all these different things they're saying to add into the trailer. And then down here, Epstein writes, Trump at war and Iran, old news. So, I mean, you can read this document for yourself. I don't know what details all of this contains or what this all even really means, who this is between and what Epstein and this person are discussing, but it's just another mention of Trump and Iran by Jeffrey Epstein and his crew, which I find to be crazy. So then here you go again. This is actually between Woody Allen and Jeffrey Epstein. Woody Allen and Jeffrey Epstein texting in 2018, talking about hanging out in New York. Well, now here's Eva texting with Jeffrey Epstein, trying to set up plans. I don't know if that's Eva Dubin or who, but you can see this person is redacted. I don't know why. So it's some redacted person texting Epstein, and they're basically saying, let's see, we're talking about traveling, meeting up in New York, flying there to New York, crypto meeting, don't want to be pushy. There's Woody saying, let's meet up. And then it's back to redacted. And I don't know what this means. Turkey, liar, Iran, rile, Russian ruble, all weak, winky face. So yeah, I don't know. It's somebody messaging Epstein saying that Turkey's currency, Iran's currency, and Russian's currency are all weak at the moment. Winky face in June of 2018. What that means, I don't know, but it's just once again showing that somebody was happy about the country of Iran being destabilized or kind of being taken down. So basically the CEO of Hyatt Hotels, Thomas Pritzker, he's a billionaire, a businessman. He's a very famous individual. Curiously, his Wikipedia page shows, let's just read it. Thomas Pritzker is an American billionaire, heir, and businessman, a member of the Pritzker family. He is the executive chairman and former chief executive officer of the Pritzker Organization, which manages the various Pritzker family business assets. He's also the former executive chairman of the Hyatt Hotels Corporation. Pritzker family. Is this the governor of Chicago? J.B. Pritzker. There you go. That's him. Yeah. We can do a whole episode about the Pritzker family and how they tied into prohibition and bootlegging, and Whitney Webb talks about it in One Nation Under Blackmail. Look at that. Look at all these Pritzkers. So he's related to this Pritzker who is talking to Epstein here. Just read these emails. I've seen people talking about these emails. They are highly suspect, to say the least. So September 2016, Jeffrey writes, Jen and Karina, I'm assuming that's Karina Shuliak, Epstein's girlfriend at the time, are going to Tokyo for the first time. I'm suggesting they stay at the Park Hyatt Hotels, Pritzker. So just in case they have a place that will take care of them, Joy Ito is going to organize Kyoto for them. Next weekend, 17th in Cambridge. Any chance of you joining Summers, me, Ehud, etc.? What a nightmare lunch. Jeffrey Epstein, Larry Summers, and Ehud Barak. It's like everybody we've talked about in this video so far. Then Tom writes, want to hear about last lunch? Can we move Jen and Kay to Grand Hyatt, closer to action, walking? When is Summers, you and Ehud? Which date? Epstein says major takeaway was that he, us, does not act with one voice. White House, Pentagon, State, CIA, support for Nusra, attacking Kurds but arming them, etc. So now we're getting into some weird territory. The Pentagon, the CIA, Epstein is talking about some insider knowledge from intelligence services in the U.S. Then Tom writes, yes, there's a tradecraft name for this administration's approach, cluster. When China began building bases in South China Seas, we ran freedom of navigation cruises. This is a technical process that describes which of the ship's systems are on and which systems are off. O orders it done, Pentagon sends over details, and Susan Rice views systems, blah, blah, blah. In effect, White House diluted challenge for which freedom of navigation cruises were designed. He had a foreign policy strategy that was articulated at Cairo. It is a failed strategy, and he failed to change when its failure was clear. Would like to hear what Ehud thought when he first heard Cairo. Good example was complete withdrawal from Iraq, military, diplomatic, and economic, followed by passive support for Maliki, who then slaughtered Sunnis and made ISIS a rational alternative. Then Epstein writes back, Nusra, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Jabhat, Hamas, the leaders all prefer Donald. Wild. Then Tom Pritzker writes, they know Hillary. Then Epstein writes back, and this is where people think this is interesting. Turkey gives Nusra a heads up on Iraqi recruits. Slaughter. Russia gives Erdogan a heads up on coup. US gives a pass on ISIS to Palmyra. Assad has no support, so will stay. Nuclear base in Turkey, Soviet defense in Iran, Saudi in Yemen, Egypt about to lose all financial support. Jordan has 1 million refugees, as does Lebanon. Also, my guy, Valborn Jagland, Secretary General Council of Europe, will be here that weekend as well. So I don't know what to make of that message, but you guys probably might have ideas. But a lot of people online have read this message specifically as sounding like Jeffrey Epstein is admitting that he has some knowledge of U.S. politics and U.S. intelligence, and admitting that U.S. intelligence services worked and gave passes to groups like ISIS for whatever reasons, maybe to destabilize the region, or, I mean, truly, I don't know. But I know a lot of people have mentioned that email in the context of Epstein. I'm not gonna lie, it's confusing to me, and I'd have to kind of really study and decode it, but yeah, just another mention of Iran. All right, now, so I think this one's interesting. So a lot of people don't know, so we talk about the connections between Epstein, the US government, and Iran, and why the US government might be choosing to attack Iran in the midst of the Epstein files. So you've seen in these emails that there seems to be an agreed precedent in the past, or an agreed upon action, that if Trump is overwhelmed or if a country needs to be brought together, bombing Iran would be a good move, not only to bring people together, but essentially to distract. And that's a whole, different tangent. But Epstein's actually more connected to Iran than you would think. So let's read here. This is from the Southern District of New York. I believe this is Ghislaine Maxwell's. Yeah, this is Ghislaine Maxwell's. This is a trial court document. You can see here, December 17th, 2021, jury trial, U.S. versus Ghislaine Maxwell. Just interesting here. Let's read this. In that proceeding, the questions, Mr. Epstein's prior residence at East 69th Street was leased from the U.S. government, who had taken possession of it after from the government of Iran. And he began a lease in that residence in 1992. So, yeah, Epstein's house in New York was once the home of the Iranian, I don't know if it would be the consulate or an official from the Iranian government who was living in America. Epstein's home was the Iranian home for Iranian officials, owned, leased, whatever, by the Iranian government. Bizarre, right? Out of any country on planet Earth to have previously inhabited Epstein's house, Iran is the country. And this has been reported on, but I just find it interesting that it popped up in this file. And there you go. It's the government of Iran's former home, where Jeffrey Epstein once lived. We're almost through with these. It's taken longer than I thought it would. All right, so here is a very, very intriguing document. This report was made October 2020, so Epstein was already dead. And this is coming from a confidential human source. This is an FBI, essentially a tip sheet that comes from one of their confidential sources. So it's got more weight to it than just a random call-in tip sheet, I believe. Let me just read this to you. Captioned confidential human source was asked by the handling agent about information she may be aware of related to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in the U.S. CHS, which is confidential human source, the person who's giving the tip, already provided some of this information documented in previous reports, but she expanded on several matters as described below. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner were both his students. Dershowitz told CHS, the confidential human source, that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. CHS still continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz, see previous reporting. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. CHS, confidential human source, remembered Dershowitz tell Alexander Acosta, the U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida at that time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein, during which she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of blue and white flag country, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, blue and white flag country, and the United Arab Emirates are all allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's, blank, who presumably worked blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. Yeah. So make of that what you will. So this is a confidential source that is writing into the FBI, and the FBI is interviewing this source. So it means, I'm assuming, that this is a source that they have been running and that they've been in constant communication with, somebody that's like a rat that has almost been planted. And they are telling, based on that reporting, they heard this from Dershowitz, they heard this from Epstein, they were present on phone calls, they were enmeshed in the network, and they're reporting all of this. So I found that to be very compelling. But we're almost done here. So there's one more email. So here's an email, again, from Epstein to Ehud Barak, who we've talked about already. September 1st, 2013, hopefully someone suggests getting authorization now for Iran. The Congress would do it. Simple message, but it says a lot. Shows that Epstein and his buddies were lobbying for a conflict in Iran, and that's what they desired. They wanted Iran to be attacked. So what we're seeing now play out is exactly what these people seem to have wanted for many different reasons: money, political power, influence, the preservation of the blue and white flag state country. And then we have one final document. So this is, once again, Epstein's text messages. Let me read this to you. So this is Epstein writing to somebody. I don't know who that he's talking to, but this is 2018, December of 2018. Total diversion, but the right is on to him. Turge writes to Epstein, everybody's surprised and happy about it. Nobody quite understand why he did it, including myself. Completely opposite to what I was told in the White House. What is he up to? Spoke with new Syria UN envoy Geir Peterson, who used to work for me. Russians, very good and kind. Then Epstein writes back, you guys need to understand that he is psychotic and would not blink twice at encouraging an attack on us, so he can leap to the country's defense. Mindset. If I go down, I'm taking everyone with. And that is Epstein talking about Donald Trump, saying, you guys need to understand Trump is psychotic. He would encourage an attack on us so he can leap to the country's defense. Basically, a FF attack, which has been a mainstay in circles like this for years in discussions. And Epstein says, cornering a rat, never a good idea. Someone says, Syria shows that. I'm no fan of our involvement, but we can't do what he did and how he did it. Then Epstein writes, could be he doesn't want them there if a much bigger operation might put them in jeopardy. Reminder, he will take everyone down with him if he feels the end is near. I always urge people not to corner a rat. They become extremely dangerous and unpredictable. And someone writes back, the right punching out. Epstein writes back, one explanation is that he doesn't want them in harm's way if he starts a larger regional issue. Then Epstein writes, take your family out of the house before you blow it up. It's the right move. China, Paki, Russian, Turkey, Iran. He also might have just decided to trade the Kurds to Turkey for them standing down on Saudi. The game is now on. This guy, Turji, says, my God, is he that cornered? Someone else says, you are the invisible in the midst of the visible. Who am I in the middle of this thought traffic? Rumi, beyond a certain level, there is no physicality in science either, just mathematical abstractions in consciousness running to yoga class. Crazy. I think that's just a random text that was sent to Epstein in the midst of all that. But anyway, Epstein, going back to that conversation about Trump and Iran, Trump at the time was being cornered. I believe this is when the Russian investigation was on and everybody was boring down on Trump, and he was getting cornered. Things were closing down on him. I believe there were impeachment threats going on. There was so much happening. But Epstein writes worse because it is not only him, it is his family, business, etc. I believe that Mueller is making a mistake in treating him like he is organized crime. No organized crime leader is a 1 million man army. Turjay writes, see your point. Epstein, they're going drip by drip, but rats go crazy before the cage closes. Too much time. The Republicans are beginning to understand. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do things that might encourage a real problem. He says so he can rush to the country's defense. Epstein writes, either he traded the Kurds to Turkey for Saudi, or he prefers to remove his family before he burns down his house. Turjay writes, probably the first has also struck my mind. Maybe he will extradite Glenn and company. Why would he remove the family? Epstein, we only had 2,000 troops there. If he were to bomb Iran, they would be slaughtered. Then this guy Turjay writes, oh, that would be crazy. Epstein writes, not from his perspective. Turjay writes, then he is really crazy. And Epstein writes, sound familiar? So there we have it. And there we have one of the craziest things of all to me. Epstein is writing about Trump bombing Iran to get attention off of him, to act like a savior, to get praise, to become a hero because he's backed into a corner and he needs to lash out. And I find that to be, just like extremely shocking and on the nose because of what has just been happening in America right now. Trump literally was backed into a corner through the Epstein files and their release and the constant pressure on him. And what happens? He bombs Iran and starts this whole thing. And even in this message where Epstein is seemingly predicting that happening, his friend he's talking to says, oh, that would be crazy. And Epstein says, not from his perspective. So it's almost like Epstein is coming up with the idea of saying, yeah, if you want to get rid of this attention and you want to become the savior and you want to do this and you're backed into a corner, go ahead and bomb him. Go ahead and start it. That's the move. That's the way to do it. It wouldn't be that crazy because it would work in his favor. And we've seen all the Epstein searches go down after this war started. I showed you at the beginning that the articles are going away. And there are barely any newspaper articles or news articles online being written about Epstein right now because of this war and this conflict. But last thing that I'll show you, this is a tweet that was made March 15th, 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago. And I actually made videos about this on TikTok. They got removed, even though this is just fact. This is what this guy tweeted. It was just taken and there was no explanation given as to why they removed the video. This is Ali Larijani, the security minister of Iran. Now, interestingly, I just learned that like 2 hours ago, it's been announced that I believe this guy was killed by strikes this morning or last night in Iran. So this guy's dead now. So 2 days ago, now he's dead. 2 days ago, he tweeted, I've heard that the remaining members of Epstein's network have devised a conspiracy to create an incident similar to and blame Iran for it. Iran fundamentally opposes such schemes and has no war with the American people. So Ali tweeted that out March 15th. It is now St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 2 days later, and he's dead. So that's what I'm going to end on. Make of that what you will. I tried to post information about that tweet and it was removed. It was interestingly, it was removed. Anyways, y'all, let me know your thoughts on all this in the comment section below. I'm really eager to hear your guys' thoughts on these connections, and there may have been things I misinterpreted, may have been things I missed out on, other connections that I'm not well read on, but let me know your thoughts in the comment section. And yeah. Thank you guys for listening today. We'll be back in a day or two with another video. Keep that tinfoil hat on. Stay suspicious. Question everything. And I'll see you guys next time.
So, I'm doing the thing. Unlike most of the horror series that I cover, I feel like today's horror series needs no introduction. Five Nights at Freddy's has quickly become one of the most popular video game IPs ever. Five Nights at Freddy's currently has 9 games in its main series, as well as over a dozen books written about it and countless fan games. Not only that, but even people who hate the games have to admit that it was probably the most impactful indie horror series of all time. And the craziest part about it is, to this day, no one really knows what happened. Like, if you play through the games, it's very clear that there is a story happening in the background. However, the gameplay always takes center stage. And despite the countless Reddit threads and YouTube videos made on the topic, there still doesn't seem to be a clear answer of what happened in the games themselves. So I'm here to throw my hat in the ring and present to you what I believe to be the story of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. See, this video started out, I just wanted to cover the FNAF VHS tapes, because a couple people, specifically Squimpus McGrimpus, which is a funny name, has made fantastic horror set within the universe of Five Nights at Freddy's, but taking its own story direction with its own characters and events. However, after getting all of my research done for that, and then thinking how I would describe it to you all, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to someone who wasn't familiar with the Five Nights series. So I asked myself, what is the minimal amount of information I need to tell you about the Five Nights series in order for you to understand the VHS tapes? And that eventually devolved into me breaking down the entire story with all of the characters and major events. So I'm doing great. However, I'm only partially joking on that, because I do believe that the Five Nights at Freddy's storyline is a very interesting story that deserves to be told. However, if you're familiar with the series at all, then you probably know that the problem with telling the story is the story itself. See, the story of the game takes place across the first 7 entries. The games in chronological order, or at least my chronological order, because we can't even agree on when the games happened. But in my chronological order, it goes 4, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, and the reason that it's so confusing for newcomers to the series to try to figure out what's going on is because anytime you search something like Five Nights at Freddy's Theory, you're greeted with videos from 5 years ago, whenever the 3rd game was out, so we didn't know the events in the 4th game were going to happen. But then the theories from the 4th game didn't know that the events of the 5th game were going to happen. So people kept trying to glue together a puzzle because all the pieces weren't out yet. But now I, in the future, with the privilege of hindsight, can put together the puzzle the way that I believe it was always meant to be viewed. And I'm going to do that in a kind of controversial way. I want this video to serve, again, not only as my take on the timeline for those out there who are a fan of the series, but also as an introductory point so that new people coming in are able to view all the information and better understand the story. And when you look at the entire series as one narrative, I think it becomes far more interesting and far more terrifying. So in order to achieve both of those ends, and again putting emphasis on the fact that this is a cool story that deserves to be told, I am simply not going to explain myself. At least not entirely explain myself. Like, several of the things on this board go against the majority of the community's interpretation of what happened. So whenever I have a real controversial take, I'm going to explain that. But like over here, I have one of William's children listed as being named Evan. In order for you to understand the story, I don't need to sit here for 10 minutes and tell you about we got the name Evan because in the survival book, which is an accompanying book for the games, they found a series of numbers on one page and then added them together by the page number at the bottom and then went over to a letter grid and input those values and got the name Evan. Because if you're not familiar with the series, that's how we found out everything. And again, while I think stuff like that is cool, more people, at least currently, are focused on if his name's Evan or not, rather than the entire plot and story of what happened. And I think that the latter is far more interesting. So I know this has been a long introduction, but there's a lot to explain. As always, there's going to be timestamps in the description for what I'm describing, but I'm going to go through the timeline, or my opinion of the timeline, for the Five Nights at Freddy's video game series, as well as talk about the characters. And then from there, we will begin talking about the VHS tapes and the other YouTube horror shorts based around Five Nights at Freddy's, because I think they're really cool. And if any of this sounds cool to you, stick around after the ad, as we're going to get into pretty much the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. But before you listen to me ramble for an absurd length of time, let's make sure you're listening the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. With over 48,000 five-star reviews, Raycon is the best audio quality and the best package available. Thanks to the rubberized oil design of Raycon earbuds, not only do they fit comfortably in your ear, but as you can see, they're very slim and discreet while you're wearing them. And thanks to that design, whenever I sit down at my computer to play video games or edit videos, I can just leave them in and it's never a problem. Not only that, but as you can see, Raycon earbuds latch comfortably into your ear, and regardless of how you move your head, they won't fall out. Not only that, but Raycon also offers a 32-hour battery life with 8 hours of playtime, so as soon as you charge them up, you're good to go for the rest of the day. Furthermore, Raycons offer a push-button feature on the side of both earbuds, so if you need to skip through the music or pause the music or even pick up a call, you can do that by simply tapping the earbuds and never taking your phone out of your pocket. And thanks to Raycon, if you go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Raycon earbuds for 15% off. That's right, just go to the link below at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon and you will be able to get this fantastic audio package at 15% off. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The first thing to understand about the Five Nights at Freddy's series is that at its core, it's the story of two people. And those two people are William Afton and Henry Emily. Henry and William were business partners, and they went in as partners together on a new branch of children's entertainment. This new style of children's entertainment would be demonstrated on their first business venture together, a restaurant known as Fredbear's Family Diner. With later entries of the series, as many people have pointed out, you could think of the restaurants as a sort of Chuck E. Cheese establishment. The kind of places that would have singing animatronics, as well as arcade games and pizza parties for children of all ages. However, at least in the beginning, Fredbear's wasn't like that. It was a much smaller establishment that boasted two animatronics. The down-to-earth, homey nature of it is even present in the name of Fredbear's Family Diner. It certainly seems like a passion project, not only in the name and very nature of a children's entertainment business, but also in the attitudes of the two owners. From everything we see later in the series, it seems like Henry was the business and managerial side of the partnership, while William was more interested in the day-to-day operations and specifically the construction of the animatronics. What made these animatronics unique, and the thing that set their business apart from other competitors, was the addition of something William dubbed as spring lock suits. The core idea behind a spring lock suit is that it is initially a normal animatronic. However, if someone were to twist the gear on the back of the costume, the animatronic parts would slip to the sides and allow a worker to step inside of the animatronic itself and use it as a costume. Whereas at other establishments, the children would see an animatronic on stage and then a worker would come out to serve them pizza in a kind of dollar store mascot version of the costume. At Fredbear's Family Diner, they could watch the animatronics get off stage themselves and come play with the kids. It seems like in the beginning that was part of the goal for William, to keep the magic alive in the mind of a child. And in the beginning, it seems that they had such humble beginnings that William and Henry were the people running the costumes themselves. Despite being owners, they would take the time to step into their own respective spring-lock suits and go play and entertain the children. Henry would pilot the restaurant's namesake, the Fredbear suit itself, whereas William would slip into the secondary mascot of the business, a golden rabbit costume which would later be known to the community as Spring Bonnie. Perhaps part of this dedication to the project came in the form of their own children. William having 3 children himself, Elizabeth, Michael, and Evan, and Henry having one daughter by the name of Charlie. I know that in the books it mentions Henry has a son as well, However, he's never mentioned anywhere in the games, so again, I'm just talking the games, he doesn't exist up here. Something that I want to mention really quick on this timeline is if an event is inside of a red box, that is a definite year that that event happened. There's not a lot of surefire times we get in the series, so the few that you see with the red box are times we know this happened on the date. The blue boxes are more so guesstimates. In other words, the thing I'm about to talk about says 1980, but it could have also been 81 or late 70s, or the year doesn't really matter, 1980 is just a guess. Looking at the timeline, we can see that William and Henry started Fredbear's Family Diner around 1970. And then, thanks in no small part to the dedication of the owners themselves, as well as the invention of spring lock suits, a decade later they are able to expand their brand, as around 1980, William opens Afton Robotics, and William and Henry continue to expand the business itself with Fazbear Entertainment, which becomes a sort of industrial chain of Freddy Fazbear restaurants. Things were going great for the two. Henry was continuing to manage the brand as it was expanding, and William continued to create more odd and interesting robotic figures. One of these inventions that we see in the games is a small Fredbear plush that seems to have a camera inside of it, as well as a series of animatronics later dubbed Funtime animatronics that it seems William was building during this time. Everything was going great, and it seemed that nothing would stop the pair from accomplishing great things in the realm of children's entertainment. That was until the accident that happened in 1983. For whatever reason, it seems that Evan was particularly terrified of the animatronics his father was building. And no one's really certain why. People who have gathered information from the books have speculated that perhaps William was purposefully making his child afraid of the animatronics because William knew that they were dangerous. Because, you know, animatronic suits that have like wires and gears holding the animatronic pieces from flying back into place and impaling you, it's called foreshadowing, would be dangerous to go around, especially if William is building them in his house. From what we see in future games, it even seems that William had put cameras throughout his house so that while he was working on his animatronics, he could monitor exactly what his son was doing. In the meantime, Evan's older brother, Michael, began to torment Evan over his fear of these creatures. See, at this point, the brand had extended from not only Fredbear's Family Diner, but there was also Fredbear and Friends, and there were several other mascots that would stand on stage along with Fredbear. One of these was a character by the name of Foxy. So, Michael would wear a Foxy mask and begin tormenting his brother because he thought it was funny. William didn't seem to mind this, perhaps even encouraging it, as he saw it as another way to keep his son safe. The events of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, which again according to me is the earliest game in the timeline, followed the nightmares of young Evan Afton. The reason the animatronics look so over-the-top creepy and terrifying is because these aren't real animatronics. These are the nightmare imaginations of a young child who's afraid of his father's creations. And Evan is spending these sleepless nights trying to evade these creatures of his own imagination. That is until the end of the week, whenever Afton and his family go to Fredbear's Family Diner. While there, Michael and his friends, all wearing the mascots' faces, begin to torment Evan and make him get closer and closer to the animatronics themselves. Until Michael makes a joke that Evan wants to give Fredbear a kiss, to which the boys put Evan into Fredbear's mouth, and whenever the animatronic bites down, Evan doesn't die yet, at least not immediately. His family rushes him to the hospital where he remains comatose for the next couple days. In the final levels of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it's possible when looking back at the bedside to see things like a hospital IV bag or flower pot. Not only that, but the nightmares within the final nights of Five Nights at Freddy's 4 transition from being the general different animatronics from the restaurant to just nightmarish apparitions of Fredbear himself. While Evan is lying in a hospital bed, we hear Michael tell Evan that he's sorry and ask for his forgiveness, until the Fredbear plush itself begins to speak to Evan. As established earlier, this is one of William Afton's camera plushies, so it's safe to assume that this is William speaking to his son. In his final moments, we hear William say that it's going to be okay and that he's going to put Evan back together, before everything fades out and Evan seemingly passes away. Now, if you're a big aficionado of the series, you may disagree with that placement in the story. However, this, as well as the events that happen directly afterwards, are so debated, and there's so many different options of when this happened, or this happened before this, or blah blah blah. But again, as a story, this makes the most sense to me as the catalyst that began everything. William, a man who wanted to entertain children and managed to do so for decades, began his mad descent when one of his children used one of William's own creations to kill his other child. And then in that father's desperation, he begins experiments and procedures to try to maintain the soul of a child. See, that's where the horror comes from. For those of you who may have not known anything else about the Five Nights at Freddy's games, you've probably heard it has to do with dead children possessing animatronics. And while the rules of it aren't explicitly laid clear, at least not in the video games themselves, it seems that if a child is killed by an animatronic or a piece of their body is put into that animatronic after death, that their soul possesses the animatronic itself. You can essentially think of it as a haunt or a haunted house. If someone dies in a derelict mansion, then they haunt that derelict mansion. If someone dies and their body is put inside of an animatronic, then their spirit possesses that animatronic. And that is exactly what happens here. While we do not know the details of how or why or what happened, either because Fredbear killed Evan, or potentially afterwards, William put pieces or all of Evan's body into Fredbear, Evan's spirit possessed the Fredbear animatronic. See, now the color coding makes sense. This wasn't just a Sunday school teacher gimmick to make the letters look cool. It had a purpose, because now Evan is the spirit of Fredbear. I don't know if you can see Fredbear good. If I turn the lights off, the reflection isn't there. So yeah, Fredbear is Evan, at least for now. I'm not sure how, perhaps just being around Fredbear and seeing signs that his child was still inside of the suit, or maybe even some kind of weird science that William applied to the suit itself whenever he made it. Either way, it seems that William figured out his son Evan was inside of the Fredbear suit. As you can imagine, not only the death of William's child, but now his child being trapped in a suit of his own invention changed William's life forever. It seems that from here, William wanted to better understand what had happened to Evan. So he began to modify the aforementioned Funtime animatronics with the express purpose of trapping another child so that he could figure out how the whole soul possession works. His primary contender in this being an animatronic known as Circus Baby. Circus Baby was specifically designed with a giant claw inside of its chest cavity, as well as sensors that would always calculate and determine how many people were currently in the room. He did this with the intent of Circus Baby managing to get a child alone all by themselves so that its claw could then come out and grab the child before dragging it into its chest cavity to be killed.
She can dance, she can sing. She's equipped with built-in helium tech for inflating balloons right at her fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
This is, at least according to my timeline, the beginning of William's evil and murderous intent. It seems that the death of his own child pushed William to such extreme lengths that he was now willing to kill another kid in order to either see what happened to his son or perhaps even find a way to bring him back. During the construction of Circus Baby, William's daughter Elizabeth was in love with it, probably because it was an animatronic that looked like a young girl and had the ability to serve ice cream. On the opening day of a new Freddy Fazbear's sister location known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, Elizabeth managed to get away from her father and go see Circus Baby all by herself. The Circus Baby animatronic, calculating that Elizabeth was the only one in the room, put out a piece of ice cream to serve her before grabbing her and bringing her into her chest, to which Elizabeth was killed.
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long, only one day. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room with me. There were 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
We're never shown exactly how William reacted to this, although I imagine this is never what he wanted. In Five Nights at Freddy's 5, also known as Sister Location, Elizabeth mentions many times that her father tried to keep her away, and she specifically went against his will in order to go see Circus Baby by herself. It seems that he didn't want Circus Baby to kill his daughter Elizabeth, however that's exactly what happened. Despite this, however, his plan seemed to work, and the soul of Elizabeth began to possess the animatronic known as Circus Baby. Now, whenever Evan died, it was simply seen as an accident. While Michael and his friends caused the death of Evan, they were children as well, and it could be seen as a bullying incident gone wrong. However, when Elizabeth disappeared, that raised a lot more questions. We're told in the games that the sister location known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, again the place where Elizabeth was killed by Circus Baby, we are told that it was closed due to gas leaks. This obviously being a cover-up for this event here. However, there is no way this could have happened without Henry knowing. He was essentially the acting CEO over Fazbear's Entertainment, and there's no way that they would close down the brand new location on the first day due to gas leaks without him knowing any better. What I think happened, and this is supported by things that happened shortly after this, is that Henry found out what William was up to. Whenever William sees that Henry has created a robot whose sole purpose is to bring in children and then kill them, it probably raised a lot of red flags. We're never told this in-game, but perhaps at the same time, Henry also saw that William was trying to rebuild his son Evan, or put Evan back into the Fredbear costume, or whatever I will put you back together means. Either way, Henry was so disgusted, at least by what he saw with Circus Baby, that he kicked William out of the company. Potentially, Henry never alerted the authorities because, for one, him and William had been friends for at least 10 years, and two, William's actions has caused the death of his own daughter. So perhaps Henry saw that as punishment enough. Either way, Henry didn't alert the authorities, but he did kick William out of the business. There is a scene within a minigame in Five Nights at Freddy's 6, also known as Pizzeria Simulator. The minigame's called Midnight Motorist, and there is a part in it whenever you're playing as a little sprite that is believed to be William Afton. Again, everything in this entire series is entirely circumstantial. And while playing as William Afton, you walk up to a building called Junior's. Now, a place called Junior's is never mentioned anywhere else in the series. However, general consensus is that Junior's is the first offshoot location of Fredbear's Family Diner, which is a place known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So whenever William goes to the door of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the worker at the front door says, "You know you can't be here, don't make this any harder than it has to be." Which means the person at the front door, either Henry or an employee of Henry, recognizes William and says, "You can't be here, don't make this worse than it has to be." A lot of people say that minigame takes place during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. However, I don't agree due to something I'll mention in a minute. In the rest of that Midnight Motorist minigame, it seems that William goes home, to which someone on the couch tells him, quote, "Leave him alone, he's had a rough day." Before William goes to someone's room, yells at them to let him in, before he walks outside and sees that whoever was in the room broke the window and went to, quote, "that place again." Now, this is all speculation because most of the stuff in this series is speculation. What are you going to do? It seems to me like this person sitting on the couch is probably William's wife, and although she's never seen in the series again, that's the only character that can make sense here. And the child that he is berating is his only surviving child, Michael. Michael is now terrified by his father and remorseful for the actions that he himself committed that led to the death of Evan. Perhaps whenever William says that Michael is going to that place again, he's referencing Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, because maybe Michael's trying to figure out what happened to his sister. Like I said, that was speculation, but it makes the most sense to me. The core takeaway from it is that William is now being kicked out of the locations that he helped create by his business partner, Henry. And while Henry was in his right to do so, I mean, he found William with a child scooping animatronic that he built. Like, you can't let that guy keep working around children. Henry becomes paranoid of the idea that William will try to retaliate. During this time, William makes a new animatronic. An animatronic known as the marionette, or just the puppet. This puppet is designed for the express purpose of protecting Henry's daughter Charlotte, also known as Charlie. One day, William, perhaps in the midst of a rage towards his business partner Henry, William decides that he is going to take from Henry what William had accidentally taken from himself. Again, as we can see from many games placed throughout the video game series, one day Charlie is locked outside, to which William Afton pulls up in his vehicle, kills the young child, before driving away and leaving her body in an alley. Now, normally, the marionette puppet would have stopped this from happening, as its entire purpose is to follow Charlie around and protect her. However, during this event, it seems that the puppet was trapped and unable to get to Charlie until it was too late. Eventually, the puppet works its way outside in order to find the young girl, to which whenever the puppet gets there, the deed has already been done. The puppet, unable to do anything else, lies down next to Charlie, to which it seems through whatever supernatural means is filled throughout this narrative, the spirit of Charlie possesses the puppet. Perhaps William killed Charlie outside that day because it was just a moment of opportunity, or perhaps he did it away from the animatronics because at this point 2 of his own children had been killed in the proximity of an animatronic and their soul had been taken into it. And perhaps William killed Charlie outside in order to prevent her from possessing an animatronic. However, despite his efforts, as noted here, the spirit of Charlie now possesses the marionette puppet. I like the idea of Charlie being the first murder victim of William, not only because it matches the story more and it makes the first intentional kill more purposeful, but in the events that follow, the animatronics are only possessed because the puppet attaches that spirit to each animatronic. So in order for any of the victims to possess future animatronics, the puppet has to be dead first. Not only that, but a line that Henry says in Pizzeria Simulator heavily implies that his child was the first victim of William's killing spree.
Not until I undo what he has done and heal this wound. A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this.
So due to Charlie's death, the restaurant is shut down. A couple years later, it reopens as the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I think it is shortly after the reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that the missing children's incident occurs. For those that don't know, there is a mention in the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, and at the time this was the only lore for the overall series that we ever got, in which a newspaper clipping says that 5 children went missing at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and that's the reason it got shut down. That Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that got shut down because 5 children went missing is the current pizza place that I'm talking about in the timeline. And I'll pull the timeline back up in a second to look at, but I want to add the final names to this board first. But in short, we have the original Fredbear's Family Diner, and then we have some restaurants like Circus Baby's Pizza World that open then get closed, and maybe some other projects that we're not told about in the series. But after Fredbear's, we get Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Charlie is killed outside of it, so it is shut down and now reopened. It is shortly after this reopening, I think the missing children's incident occurs, and here's why. Whenever you are playing as the security guard, a man by the name of Jeremy Fitzgerald, in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, phone guy, or the guy who is giving you the instructional messages over the phone, says that you are at the new reopened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
And over the course of that week, He says that an investigation is taking place.
Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may have had to close for a few days.
Now we know that the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, that week that you're playing as the security guard, take place in 1987. Most people say that the missing children's incident happened before the old restaurant was ever shut down, or in other words, around the same time that Charlie was killed. However, that wouldn't make sense if it's a current ongoing investigation. Think about it. Children disappeared in 1985 and all that time had passed. Why would the investigation now just be starting in 1987? We know that the investigation is not over the bite of 87 because that happens at the end of the work week. Also, to make sure everyone's still in the loop, in the original Five Nights at Freddy's game, which takes place after the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I know there's prequels and sequels all over the place. The phone guy in the first game mentions that the old location, the location from Five Nights at Freddy's 2, was shut down due to something known as the Bite of 87, in which an animatronic bit out someone's frontal lobe.
They used to be allowed to walk around during the day too, but then there was the Bite of 87. Yeah. It's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know?
So a lot of people say, oh, well, the investigation that's happening over the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is the Bite of 87. But like I said, that happens to Jeremy Fitzgerald, the security guard you play as in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, at the end of the work week. So what is the investigation happening over the course of the week itself? Well, on the fourth night in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the phone guy says there is an investigation happening. On the fifth night, he says that the business is on lockdown. And then finally on the sixth night, he says that you're not even supposed to be here. Someone used one of the yellow suits in the back, and now none of the animatronics are acting right.
Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may have had to close for a few days. Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one's allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. What on earth are you doing there? Did you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had it spare in the bag, yellow one. Someone used it. Found us and we're acting right.
We find out in later installments that what had happened during this time is William Afton donned his Spring Bonnie or Golden Bunny suit that he used to wear back at Fredbear's before luring children into the back room and killing them one by one. We don't know William's motives for doing this. Perhaps he was doing it to try to experiment on the same conditions that caused two of his children to possess animatronics, or perhaps it was just an evil bloodlust that set in after the now death of 3 children in his life, one of them directly murdered by him. Either way, 5 children were killed, and it seems that in order to cover his tracks, William stuffed their bodies inside of the animatronics in the building itself. I believe that this missing children's incident, or in other words, the murder of 5 children, occurred immediately before Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And that is the investigation phone guy's referring to which at the end of the week he says someone wore one of the yellow suits and now none of the animatronics are acting right. It's even mentioned at this Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that they trashed the old animatronics and got brand new ones in, known as the toy animatronics. And those old ones seem to be a perfect place to store the bodies of his victims. Remember earlier how I said the Midnight Motors minigame is believed by most to occur during Five Nights at Freddy's 2? And the reason William isn't allowed back into the building is because he would have just murdered 5 children? Well, the reason I don't think that's the case is because if you go all the way back to the first game, and again, read the newspaper clipping about the missing children's incident, it says that the suspect who wore the costume has been identified and apprehended. Of course, he was never convicted because they couldn't find the bodies. I don't know why they never checked the reeking animatronics, but that's besides the point. So if Midnight Motorist takes place during the investigation of the children that William had murdered, which, keep in mind, during the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, all happened in the span of about a week, there is no way William would have got to the pizza restaurant and been turned away because he currently would have been in police custody. And also, I know this is being like super hypercritical of specific story moments, which doesn't always work, but I still think it's kind of weird. If William had just murdered 5 children, and this isn't like debatable if he murdered 5 children, this is he was identified and arrested and they just can't find the bodies to convict him. But it's known by everyone around that William killed those kids. I think him, when he's supposed to be in police custody, coming to the door of the restaurant and then the bouncer being like, hey, you shouldn't be around here. Doesn't that seem like a very like low power push off to a guy who just murdered 5 kids in your restaurant? That sounds much more like William was doing some shady stuff and accidentally killed his own daughter and got kicked out. Not he murdered 5 kids like last week. And again, he should be at police custody at this point. Midnight Motorist happens before the death of Charlie, not during Five Nights at Freddy's 2. You can fight me about it. We find out these names from a point later in the series, but the 5 children who were killed by William Afton during the incident were Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy. And those children were placed into the bodies and subsequently possessed Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, and Fredbear, respectively. Now, it's not known if William put the bodies into the animatronics, or that's indicated in the puppet minigames throughout the series, that the puppet, now being possessed by Charlie, went through and attached each of those children to the animatronics themselves. Or more specifically, we know that the puppet was responsible for giving life to these kids. We don't know if that means some more spiritual or metaphorical action, or if the puppet took the murder victims and placed them inside of the animatronics. Either way, the bodies couldn't be found because the bodies of the children were inside of the animatronics themselves. Again, we don't know if the puppet or William did that. Like I said, according to my timeline, this happens immediately before the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So the reason that the animatronics are trying to kill the security guard, Jeremy Fitzgerald, in that game is because 5 of them are possessed by the spirits of children murdered by William Afton. As we see in several of the flashback minigames, William Afton is depicted as a purple figure, also known as Purple Guy, wearing a security badge. So it's more than likely that William gained access to the restaurant and was able to kill these kids and don the Spring Bonnie suit because he pretended to be a security guard and wore the purple security guard vest. This would explain why 5 children who have recently been killed try to kill the first person they see wearing a purple security uniform. The phone guy phone calls that I've mentioned are pretty much the only way that the character gets any world or lore relevance for the first couple games. At the end of the Night 6 phone call, phone guy tells Jeremy, again the security guard that you're playing as, that he has one job left to do before the restaurant closes down for a while. That job is he has to watch over a children's birthday party the next day and make sure he wears his purple security uniform and stand very close to the animatronics.
We have one more event scheduled for tomorrow, a birthday. You'll be on day shift. Wear your uniform. Stay close to the animatronics. Make sure they don't hurt anyone.
This causes the event on the final day of the restaurant's opening, known as the Bite of 87, in which one of the animatronics bites Jeremy Fitzgerald, ripping out his frontal lobe. This, as you can imagine, was very bad PR for the company, and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza shut down at the time for good. And then on the 7th night, the final night of the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is opened, a new security guard comes in to work only one night by the name of Fritz Smith. Fritz is never mentioned anywhere else in the timeline, although it's weird that in a restaurant where people are actively dying due to the animatronics, some random guy would come in to work one night. For reasons I'm going to explain later, I believe Fritz Smith is an alias for Michael Afton, who is now out and trying to find answers to his father's wrongdoings. The last thing I want to mention before I put the timeline back up is that if you'll notice here, Cassidy is said to possess Fredbear. But if you'll also look up here, Evan is also possessing Fredbear. All the animatronics in the series that have been possessed can move around on their own free will except for Fredbear. The primary belief for this is, if you'll remember, The Fredbear costume is both a costume and an animatronic. So if you were to have it set on costume mode and just laying in a corner and someone's to possess that, they can't move and are essentially stuck inside of a decrepit mascot uniform. Whereas all these other ones who are possessed are functioning animatronics and are able to move about on their own free will. In the Five Nights at Freddy's survival logbook, yes, that's a real phrase I just said out loud, without going into all the specifics, it seems that there is a conversation taking place between two hidden authors on the pages themselves. For example, there will be faded text asking, "Do you remember your name?" and then responses written in the text elsewhere in the book. It's two people having a conversation with each other, and without going into the nitty-gritty of how this was determined, because again, it was a lot. By the way, I didn't mention this enough earlier. Big shout out to Game Theory, also known as MatPat. Like, I understand he has also done the thing I mentioned where people get hyper-focused on the details and forget the story, but none of this would be possible without the amount of work and research that guy and his community has done to figure out all of this information, to the point where a lot of the flippant facts that I'm giving you wouldn't be known if it wasn't for his videos. So gotta respect your forerunners that came before you. So again, thank you, MatPat. But due to work mostly done by him, it is determined that there are two souls possessing the Fredbear animatronic. These two souls being Cassidy and Evan, as mentioned earlier. And also they can't move, they're just stuck in a suit talking to each other. So that's, pretty sad. All right, so just to recap everyone to make sure we're on the same page. 1970, William and Henry start Fredbear's Family Diner. In the 80s, the business expands into several restaurants and more of a corporate entity. In 1983 is when the events of FNAF 4 happened, where Michael kills Evan using the mouth of the Fredbear animatronic, and all of the nightmares that Evan have take place during that time. Because of this, William builds the Circus Baby animatronic with the intention to kill and kidnap a child. And I say both in 1983, they were probably in the same year, maybe 1984, whatever. So in 1983, Circus Baby kills Elizabeth. And shortly after that, the events of Midnight Motorist take place, where Henry kicks William out of the business. This causes William to get angry and Henry to get paranoid, so Henry builds the puppet to protect Charlie, or Charlotte as I have said here, to which William then kills Charlie, and the puppet is possessed by the spirit of Charlie. Because of that, Fredbear and Friends shuts down, and it's later reopened probably around 1985, sometime between 85 and 87, and it's reopened and rebranded as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. New animatronics are brought in to take the place of the old ones. This is around the same time that the Missing Children's incident occurs, right before Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So the bodies of the children from the Missing Children incident, either by William or the puppet, are stuffed into the old animatronics, which leads directly into the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. At the end of that week, the Bite of 87 occurs, which is when during the day shift, one of the animatronics bites Jeremy Fitzgerald's frontal lobe out, technically not killing him because it's mentioned in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 that someone can live without a frontal lobe, but that doesn't mean he lived well or for very long afterwards. I have spring lock failures mentioned here. That doesn't mean directly in 1987. Whenever we get to Five Nights at Freddy's 3, there's a mention on one of the recorded tapes that one of the restaurants was shut down for having several spring lock failures.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the locations involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed this temporarily unfit for employees.
And then finally, on the final night that the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is opened, Michael comes to work as the night guard on night 7 under the alias of Fritz Smith before he is fired when the place is shut down. You good? Did that all make sense? We good? Good, because now I'm on to the first game. No, I'm not kidding. We're now ready to talk about the original Five Nights at Freddy's. Do you see why this is so confusing? People give creators like MatPat and stuff a hard time for this, but like if you were in it whenever this was happening, you had to just totally guess about everything I just said because we got rough hints and newspaper clippings as to what happened. Like, yeah, a lot of the theories got kind of ridiculous and out there, but man, there was so much we were filling in the gaps for. So now we are finally to the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 occurring in 1993. In it, a security guard by the name of Mike Schmidt gets a night job at the reopened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So last time, I'll go through the restaurants, at least for now. We had Fazbear's Family Diner, which is the one where Evan got his head chopped and then that shut down. We had Fredbear and Friends, which is the one where Charlie was murdered outside of, and that got shut down. We then had Freddy Fazbear's Pizza open, which is where 5 children were murdered and one security guard had the front part of his brain taken out, and that was shut down. And now finally, we have Freddy Fazbear's Pizza reopening and Michael working as the security guard. The reason I'm so confident in saying that Michael is Mike Schmidt is because, for one, Mike's name is Mike, and also in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Five Nights at Freddy's 1, whenever Fritz and Mike are fired, on the pink fire slip, it says that they were fired due to odor. While this probably started out as just a joke in the first one, I think it is enough of a clue in to tell us that this is the same person. And also, it makes the most sense for a storyline. Because if these guys aren't Michael, then in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, some random guy showed up for one night to fight for his life against animatronics and then never showed up again. And then in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, you have a guy who is almost being murdered by animatronics every night he's working there, but then comes back to work the next day. It only makes sense to me if this is Michael who is braving these horrors in order to try to right his father's wrongs, or at least figure out what happened to his father. It's like Chekhov's gun. It would be completely pointless to introduce 2 characters who never show up again and have no other plot relevance when you can have one character fill both of those roles and make the story more meaningful. Anyway, it's mentioned by Phone Guy in the original Five Nights at Freddy's that they took the animatronics from the FNAF 2 location, the old decrepit ones, and gave them a remodel, and those are now the animatronics they're using on stage. So, in other words, the animatronics that are possessed by the dead children just got a remodel, and now they're back on stage again. And once again, the reason they are trying to kill you, the player, which is also you, Michael Afton, is because you're dressed in the security uniform of the man that killed them. And probably, since it's Michael, also looks a little bit like him too. I also didn't mention this earlier. There's a lot of people who say William's real tally is like 10 children that he murdered. However, that doesn't show up anywhere in the story, and the main reason they say that is so all of the animatronics that try to attack you in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the toy animatronics and the old ones, are all possessed, so that would make sense. However, it's mentioned by the Phone Guy in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that the toy animatronics have a facial recognition system that is connected to a criminal database, so that they will be able to alert anyone or know if there's any predators among the children. At least that's what Phone Guy says, who's to say they can't also attack people linked to that database. And since the puppet was there at Five Nights at Freddy's 2, remember the one that started all of this, and we know that the puppet can manipulate animatronics, at the very least Charlie put the bodies of the children into the old animatronics so that they'd be possessed. What's to say the puppet didn't change the facial recognition so that they would just kill anyone in a security guard uniform? Again, that would also explain the bite of 87. And, like, especially when you see where the story goes from here, and very specifically where the story ends, it doesn't make any sense if there's, like, another 5 children whose souls are just out there somewhere. It makes a lot more sense if the only children Michael killed were Charlie, and then the 5 children at the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 location. Also, everyone wants to say in like all the theories I looked at that William killed a bunch of kids down here, I guess because he was in like a silly, goofy mood. Because everyone tries their hardest, and I'm not talking about anyone specifically, this is just like the general air from the community. Everyone tries so hard to make this story as one-dimensional as possible and just say, William, bad, he killed kids here, he killed kids again, and that's it. And while yes, William bad, it is William reason for bad that I think is interesting, and the reason that the story's always intrigued me. His son was killed by his other son using an invention of his own making, and then he lost his mind trying to figure out how his son's soul could be preserved that led to the death of his daughter, and then everything afterwards. The story becomes much more interesting when you view this as humans with motives rather than just insert generic bad guy, kill child onto scene 2. Anyway, so the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 takes place, in which you can see the 4 animatronics, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Freddy coming to kill you, as well as apparitions of Fredbear, known to most of the community as Golden Freddy. Whenever you take into account that Evan could be the spirit inside of Fredbear, it becomes much more impactful whenever Fredbear says, "It's me," to Michael Afton, because that is Michael's younger brother who he killed, pointing out to him, "It's me," over and over again before killing him in his office, at least, if you lose the game. But during this entire time, William is released by the police. Again, they have the camera footage of him being the last one seen with the children, but they can't find the bodies and can't pin anything on him. So shortly after the events of the first Five Nights at Freddy's, William goes to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in order to cover up his evidence. This is the flashback games that we see in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where William goes into the restaurant and begins disassembling the animatronics. Now we find out later in Sister Location that he took pieces of those animatronics and then rebuilt them into the framework of the Funtime animatronics. If you'll remember, Circus Baby was one of those, which was this private collection he had made. And now he is disassembling the animatronics that are possessed by the spirits of the children he killed and reassembling them into these animatronics of his own creation. We know that this has to take place after Five Nights at Freddy's 1 because in those flashbacks he completely destroys the original 4 animatronics. And before the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 5, also known as Sister Location, because in Sister Location, all of the old animatronics have been reassembled by William into these new Funtime animatronics. And based on how these flashbacks end, there's no way he could have done that after the flashbacks. It had to be during. Because at the end of this minigame, we see the souls come out of the animatronics that William had been disassembling and attack William himself. Within the ruins of the derelict Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, William becomes frightened and decides to hide inside of the Spring Bonnie suit. However, if you'll remember, these suits are designed so that the animatronic components can be twisted to the sides in order to make room for someone to step into the costume. However, there is a mention in the series that if these suits get old or wet, there is a chance of a spring lock failure. Or in other words, the animatronic components shooting back into place while someone is still wearing it. So as William puts on the old suit in order to shield himself from the children, he is killed by a spring lock failure. And as the spirits of the children he murdered slip away, William bleeds to death in the now abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I don't want to take the timeline back down, and I don't even know how much of this you can see whenever I hang it up. But as you can see here, I have William listed on the bottom as Springtrap. Springtrap is the name that people give Spring Bonnie after William possesses the suit, because the rules still apply. If you die inside of a suit or your body's inside of it, you are now the possessed soul who is controlling that suit. So William now exists as one of these derelict souls controlling Spring Bonnie, again known as Springtrap. In events we see later in the game, someone in control at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza decides to wall up all of the old rooms in the old business locations.
Hello. All employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed in most locations, including this.
Hello.
Work crews will be here most of the day today constructing a false wall over the old door face.
That someone most definitely has to be Henry. So around 1995, William is entombed in the back room of an abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, now possessing the suit known as Springtrap. It is at this point that sister location, or Five Nights at Freddy's 5, takes place. The reason it has to happen here is because William dies, or at least stops living, and starts possessing a suit that has his decomposing corpse in it at the end of these Five Nights at Freddy's 3 minigames. So he couldn't have put the spirits of the dead children or components of their suits into the Funtime animatronics after that happened. And because we see him taking apart the animatronics in those minigames, I'm going to say that he disassembled them and then reassembled them into the Funtime animatronics at the same time. So shortly after William dies and gets walled up into a back room in a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, Michael decides to go figure out more about what his father was doing. It's there that Michael goes to an underground storage facility that is specifically made for the Fazbear Entertainment rental animatronics. The animatronics that are found down there are the Funtime animatronics themselves, including Circus Baby, which at the time is being possessed by Michael's younger sister, Elizabeth. This is where we get a lot of the information that indicates how Elizabeth died, how the Funtime animatronics were made, and stuff I've already mentioned. So, to very briefly describe the events that happened in Sister Location, the Funtime animatronics are essentially trapped in this underground storage facility and want a way out. So in order to do that, Circus Baby tricks Michael into helping them escape. The way Circus Baby ends up doing this is by bringing Michael to something known as a scooping room, which is where a giant machine is located that pulls out the endoskeleton of animatronics and leaves just the skin present. And this is like, I know we're talking about a series that has to do with children possessing animatronics and then like devices made to like scoop children into them and all that. But this is the most outlandish detail of the story to me, because I can accept all the possessed, haunting child stuff. It's the biology, anatomy, survival rates that I have a problem with. So it seems that the scooping machine scoops Michael, or at least rips a chunk of him out, and then pieces from all of the Funtime animatronics join together in a creature known as Innard. Innard is, like I said, all of the Funtime animatronics together in one collective mass, and Innard enters in to Michael somehow. I guess they say that the scooper like ripped out part of his gut and then Innard crawled into his gut. I don't know. And then Innard, effectively wearing Michael as a skin suit, wears Michael around until his body can't take it, and then Innard leaves. Now I know there's explanations in the books that have to do with, oh well, there's this substance that can keep a spirit alive and it's called remnant, and there's all this weird voodoo stuff. They tried to make possession and all that into a science, like something tangible, and I think that's pretty lame, and it's also not in the video game, so I choose to ignore it. But the short version is all the animatronics combine into Innard, a chunk of Michael is ripped out, Innard goes inside of that until Michael's body can't take it anymore, and Innard leaves, but Michael still survives. So effectively, all of the animatronics are now free and roaming around to do whatever they want to do. This is mentioned in the later games, but shortly after Innard escaped from Michael, because remember, Innard's now a collective consciousness of all of the Funtime animatronics, they kicked out Elizabeth, which is Circus Baby at the time, for some reason. I don't believe it's ever particularly said, someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. I think it may be because Elizabeth is the daughter of William Afton, the one that killed all of them, so they're not particularly fond of that. Either way, Elizabeth, aka Circus Baby, reassembles her original form out of scrap metal and becomes a kind of junk version of herself known as Scrap Baby. Innard, which again is the collective consciousness of all of the children murdered by William, except for the puppet Charlie, we'll get to her in a minute, decides that the best way to continue survival is to scavenge parts and try to appear as a normal animatronic, or at least a sustainable one. So they do, and Innard converts itself into a creature known as Molten Freddy. And then if you'll look at the timeline, there is a 30-year gap in time. Like, the events of Sister Location probably happened somewhere around 1995, and then nothing happens until 2023. I don't know of any stories in the series that say they killed anyone during this time period, but having like a collective conscious of murdered children roaming around the sewers is probably a bad thing. And it becomes an especially bad thing whenever in 2023, when the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 happens. See, by the year 2023, everything that happened on this side had become a local folk legend. It became a big story of, oh, here's the abandoned pizza place where all those children were murdered. So they took an abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and remade it into a spooky horror attraction known as Fazbear Frights, where at the attraction they get a bunch of old Fazbear Entertainment merchandise and hang it up everywhere in order to give the whole creepy abandoned pizzeria vibe. This is all well and good until the phone guy says that they recovered a full animatronic that was locked up in one of the walled-off back rooms.
But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not gonna. We found one, a real one.
And sure enough, that animatronic they found was William Afton, still alive and possessing the animatronic that is carrying his own corpse that for the past 30 years has been stuck in a walled-off room. So the people at Fazbear Frights think this is a great find and decide to set it up as part of the attraction, and that's where bad things happen. Michael gets the security position at Fazbear Frights, again trying to figure out what's going on. Keep in mind 30 years have passed too, so at this point he's a fully grown man who's determined to figure out what his dad did.
Father, it's me, Michael. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to come find you.
And throughout the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, we get the full story of what happened to William Afton and how he came to possess the Springtrap animatronic, yada yada. Until on the final night of this Fazbear Frights location, it seems that Michael tries to burn down the building with his father in it. However, it doesn't work, and William manages to get free after 30 years of being locked up. So now by the year 2023, we have William, who is running around as the animatronic Springtrap. We have Molten Freddy, which is the collective conscious of all of the children William killed, again, except for Charlie. We have Charlie as the puppet, also running around doing God knows what. And we have Circus Baby, who was kicked out of Molten Freddy and is now existing as her own animatronic. So this is probably bad, having all of them run around doing their own thing, especially now that William's free to do whatever he wants. And it seems that Henry, who at this point has been quiet for a pretty good while in the story, has decided that he's going to do something about it. So Henry opens up a brand new restaurant, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, opening a restaurant under a title that up until this point, as seen by Fazbear Frights, has some pretty bad blood attached to it. However, Henry doesn't care, and it seems he's just starting another pizza restaurant, to which Michael is immediately hired as security guard. As soon as the restaurant is opened, old animatronics start to show up in the back alley of the restaurant.
There is another aspect to your end-of-day routine, and that is inspecting and salvaging any animatronics found in the alley outside the back door. Things are found here quite often, and while we aren't sure why, what we do know is that they can be used for parts, which can mean a much-needed revenue boost before starting your next day.
These animatronics include Circus Baby, Molten Freddy, and Springtrap, who at the time to all the other workers just seemed to be old, decrepit animatronics that it seems somebody threw out or left behind the restaurant in case the restaurant wanted them. As the player, you have the choice in this game, which we're now to Five Nights at Freddy's 6, by the way, of what animatronics you want to bring into the restaurant and put in storage, and which ones you want to throw back outside. While you may have the ability to do what you want, in order to get the correct or full ending of the story, you have to bring all of the animatronics into the building. The game also heavily suggests to you that the purpose of what you're doing is to salvage all the animatronics.
I don't know how those tiny breaths of life came to inhabit those machines, but they will never find rest now, not like this. I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
It seems that the animatronics are interested in whatever it is Henry's doing and have each made their way to the pizzeria one by one. Henry created the pizzeria as essentially bait in order to lure all of them back in. That is, except for one animatronic that Henry knew would not be interested in falling into a trap, and that is the puppet, which is possessed by his own daughter, Charlie. To take care of her, Henry built an animatronic known as Lefty, an animatronic built with the sole purpose of catching the puppet animatronic. Again, if you didn't know about all this story or everything happening before, that's like a really weird detail in the later games. But again, here it makes sense because he's trying to get all the animatronics under one roof, and he knew that the puppet would probably be resistant to it, so he made an animatronic specifically to catch her. And then on the final night of the pizzeria, as Michael is being attacked by the animatronics, Circus Baby begins to tell Michael of how she's going to kill him.
You played right into our hands. Did you really think that this job just fell out of the sky for you? No. This was a gift for us. You gathered them all together in one place, just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place, just for us. A gift. Now we can do what we were created to do and be complete. I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch, listen, and be full.
Before she is cut off by Henry, now making his presence known. And you know what? Rather than describing what happens next, I'll just let you hear for yourselves.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth, if you still even remember that name, but I'm afraid you've been misinformed. You are not here to receive a gift, nor have you been called here by the individual you assume, although you have indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest. for you and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
And with that, we have the end of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. Almost. See, there's one extra game in the series, known as Ultimate Custom Night, and from any outsider looking in, it looks like just a bonus mode. It's just one night, and you can choose any of the animatronics from the series, set them to whatever difficulty you want, and then based on how hard of a difficulty you complete each of the challenges, you're given these kind of goofy cutscenes. It seems just like a fun free play mode, right? Well, every now and then, whenever you're killed by one of the animatronics in Ultimate Custom Night, they give you a kind of threatening message that seems directed to you, the person.
You won't die, but you'll wish you could.
I recognize you, but I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
It seems like there's more going on here. There's a character in the name known as Old Man Consequences, and if you change the settings to where it's just Old Man Consequences that you're going up against, you'll be taken to a sort of pristine lake where you're controlling a sprite that looks like Fredbear, to which Old Man Consequences tells Fredbear, "Leave the demons to the demons and rest your own soul." It seems like this Ultimate Custom Night is William Afton's personal hell. And not only that, but it is being curated by the spirit within Fredbear. If you'll remember, Evan and Cassidy are both within Fredbear itself. And whenever William dismantled all of the animatronics in order to put them into the Funtime animatronics, which eventually became Molten Freddy, it was left very ambiguous if Golden Freddy was among those who were captured. So if it's true that Golden Freddy was not brought into the fold of Innard, that would mean that after Henry burnt the pizzeria and made all of them pass to the other side, that Golden Freddy was exempt from that. Or if Golden Freddy was a part of Innard and was burned up in the pizzeria, then it seems like both of the souls in Golden Freddy, or one of the souls in Golden Freddy, doesn't want to let go. Now, there's a lot of evidence to say that this spirit that is torturing Michael is the spirit of Cassidy, the other one possessing Fredbear along with Evan. The reason for that is some of the animatronic voice lines in Ultimate Custom Night refer to the one you should not have killed. And that couldn't be Evan because William didn't necessarily kill Evan, Michael killed Evan. However, I really want it to be Evan who's torturing William for eternity. Because not only would that be very poetic, as Evan was the first child dead that started everything, and now he's the last child who's still holding on to torturing his own father, but it also makes the story so much more personal that Evan, who was forced to live in this hell over and over again, because as his father said, he put him back together, is now forcing his father to endure what Evan and so many others had to endure as well. Either way, the spirit within Fredbear is still holding on and forcing William to endure their own torment rather than passing on to the other side. And if you manage to complete Ultimate Custom Night on nearly the hardest difficulty, you get a final end screen of Fredbear just sitting there, twitching as the camera fades out. Is this a representation that Fredbear is going to continue to fight and torture William for time infinite, or is the fading away symbolic of Fredbear finally letting go? Who's to say? But what I will say is that completes the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline. Probably, maybe. A lot of this was guesswork and speculation, but that's pretty much on par for the series. So my plan was to have this video as it is, and then immediately just keep talking and run into the VHS tapes. My plan was also to make this Five Nights at Freddy's lore section like 20-30 minutes, and this is not that. So while I normally would just say, oh, I don't care about making a 4 or 5 hour long video, I think it would be a discredit to the creators of the VHS tapes like Squimpus, McGrimpus, and whatnot if I put the VHS tapes now after, what's this going to be, like an hour and a half, 2 hours of video, and then start talking about their content, because their content's really cool and I want to give it the attention it deserves. Not, okay, go watch me talk for an hour and a half and then I'll talk about those guys. And also, a lot of people wanted to see the FNAF timeline, or my take on it anyway, so this wasn't like lost time at all. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just upload this video as it is, just like the Five Nights at Freddy's story. And then right after I get done recording this, because I already have all the notes and stuff put together for the VHS tapes, I'm just going to record the VHS tapes and edit the two back to back. So this video will come out, and then the VHS tape analysis will come out shortly after. That way the VHS guys get their due respect on the work they put into their projects, rather than being at the end of however long this is going to cut down to. And if someone's just interested in the Five Nights at Freddy's story, they can watch this and be done with it. And if they want to know about the VHS tapes, which if you're interested in this story, I know you definitely will be, they can just go to the next video as soon as it's up, which I will link at the top of the description right below the ad. I think that's the safest way to do it. I also think that's the sanest way to do it, to keep me from losing my mind, because I've now been recording for about 4 hours, and doing another 2 standing up like this will break my leg. So I think I'll call myself a break. Either way, that was the complete story of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. I intended this to be like a working retrospective for both people who like the series as well as newcomers, and I don't know if anything I said made sense to newcomers. I normally don't say like, oh, let me know in the comments if you blah blah blah, but unironically, if you aren't familiar with Five Nights at Freddy's, let me know if this made any sense, because I don't feel like it did, and I need to course correct myself if I goof. But I think it was like okay, at least to someone who knows the series. But thinking about it now, if you didn't know the series, I bet that was rough. Either way, if you are familiar with the series, and especially if you're not familiar with the series, and you just sat through all of that, I just want to say thank you for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's has always been very interesting to me, because it's such an interesting concept as someone who likes horror. It's like, all right, children were murdered inside of a pizza place and their bodies were shoved into animatronics, and then that's it, survive that scenario. And like, that's what it started out as. Everyone remembers how big the original game got. But then as more came out, like definitely the hype grew at least up until Five Nights at Freddy's 3. But as more came out, there were more questions being raised than there were answers given. And like, this is a weird tangent to go on, especially at the end of the Five Nights at Freddy's video. But take a series like Attack on Titan, where there was one core question that was being asked, but in the meantime, they were answering smaller questions that led your way up until you got your big reveal. And I think the biggest mistake of the Five Nights at Freddy's series is that they just kept asking questions and kind of sort of gave answers. The best example of that is, if you'll remember, ever since Five Nights at Freddy's 1, we were asking ourselves, oh, what's the bite of 87? Also, let me clarify, I've been in the community or like speculating about this stuff for years now. So when I say we, I mean we. So in the first game, we were all wondering, what does the bite of 87 mean? Because we just hear a mention of it, and it's really, along with the newspapers, our only world-building thing that was known in the first game. So we were asking ourselves that for a while, like, what's the bite of 87? What's that? And then when Five Nights at Freddy's 4 comes around, we know that the bite of 87 is someone losing their frontal lobe. And then in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, we see a mini game where a kid is placed into an animatronic, and the animatronic bites down and crunches his head. So we're like, oh, that's the bite of 87, which is where the meme from Markiplier comes in, because he thought the same thing we were all thinking. Like, oh, well, we're looking for someone getting their frontal lobe bit by an animatronic. Here's someone getting their frontal lobe bit by an animatronic. And it turns out the answer was no, no, no. That was the bite of 83. That was a different bite that you didn't know about yet until now. The bite of 87, we're never going to show it in the entire series. Like, I think, like, as someone who was hopefully interested and like invested and willing to dedicate time to figuring out what the story was, I did feel a little led on by a lot of details like that. And like, if you're not familiar with the series, you haven't been keeping up with it, this story sounds kind of cool. Like, you know, William kills children, then he's forced to be in a creation of his own doing, and then he becomes like this monster, and then that monologue at the end is so cool, where Henry says, "Don't keep the devil waiting, old friend." It speaks for itself. It's so good. Like, when you look at that, it's very satisfying and fulfilling. But when you started here, and then did this, and they didn't really answer it, like I said, I felt a little let on. So I'm conflicted about the series. Also, because someone's going to ask about this in the comments, what about Five Nights at Freddy's 8 and 9, also known as VR, or what also known as Help Wanted and Security Breach? To which I would reply, what about them? Those aren't games. Those are games that cut off this whole part of the timeline, or said that, oh, well, Henry's plan didn't work and William still lives so that we can have him in our stupid sequel that doesn't have a story or characters or relevance or working mechanics or anything to justify its existence other than a profit incentive. That's a little too cruel. I'm sure someone who worked on that game cared about what they were doing, but I can assure you that the people who came up with the idea of it did not, because I hate Security Breach so much. If you like it, good for you. It makes me violent, which is why I'm not talking about it. So, same with Help Wanted. Help Wanted wasn't as big of a deal when it came out, and I kind of just wrote it off as pretty much a high budget fan game. But Security Breach was infuriating. Anyway, I've rambled long enough. Yeah, I'm conflicted by the way the story works, and as a fan, it was a little annoying. But now that I can describe the whole thing as that, I feel pretty confident it's that way. Obviously, as always, let me know in the description. I'm tired. Let me know in the comments if you disagree or if I got something wrong. I'm more than happy to be proven wrong on this. I just think this works best as a story, and I like the story that it's telling. So yeah, thank you so much to my subscribers. I think we're at 1.155 million, something like that. Man, you guys keep on killing it. I'm really at a loss for words with all these because I don't know what to say because I don't deserve 12, and you've given me over 1 million, and it's a lot, and I appreciate it, and I'm forever grateful. So thank you for that. Thank you to all of my ex-patrons that you can see here. The Patreon is gone now, but these are all the people who supported me, or the top tier patrons that supported me, and thank you to all of my patrons who supported me, who allowed me to get to the spot that I'm at. I'm forever in your debt, and I appreciate it. And all this is possible thanks to you. Like I said, as soon as I turn off the recording on this, I'm going to send the files over, maybe do some editing, I don't know, and then start the VHS side of this, and then there'll be 2 separate uploads, but the VHS one should be shortly after this one is, so we'll see how that goes. But for now, I believe that should do it. So thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Oh, hey Dad, do you think you can help me study for my theoretical physics exam?
Dr. Gordon, I don't suppose you could help me pry open this box. Actman, when are you going to review Half-Life?
Science fiction and video games go together like Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers. They're the 2 nerdiest things in the world besides anime. Good old science fiction films like Aliens would go on to inspire countless games across the world, including the legendary Half-Life. Hailed as one of the greatest video games of all time, this gem takes a spot in almost every list on the subject. It's been given over 50 Game of the Year awards. In his first adventure, Gordon Freeman cemented himself as an icon and kickstarted Valve's rise to stardom, spawning a franchise of several single and multiplayer expansions, some remakes, yet only one direct sequel, which is kind of strange. Half-Life is among the top 5 rated PC games on Metacritic. At one point, it even held the Guinness World Record for best-selling FPS on computers. Some even go so far as to say it's the most important shooter ever made. Holy head crabs, Batman! What a list of achievements! Rarely does the gaming community, and especially the internet in general, come together and unanimously agree on something. Because we're all supposed to hate each other. Remember, Your subjective opinions are objectively incorrect. Half-Life 1 is awesome and everyone should play it. Thank you for watching this video. Now please direct your attention to the like button. Share this on MySpace, really helps me out, guys. Now some of you might be asking, Actman, why are you reviewing Half-Life, a 40-year-old game? Well, if you've played any shooter in the last 23 years, then it's time for you to pay some respects to one of the GOATs. Of course, you can't talk about how great Half-Life is without mentioning the crater of an impact it made on Valve, gaming, shooters, and sequel conspiracy theorists. Is this image real? But you also say to me, Act Boy, just because something made a huge impact or changed technology doesn't automatically mean it's worth anything today. Nobody uses the freaking typewriter anymore. That's true. Some things are only valuable in the time period they lived in. But here's a more relatable example. GoldenEye. Sure, it brought first-person shooters to consoles, but then Xbox came out with a controller that made shooters worth playing on consoles. So while GoldenEye may have changed the industry for the better, it's not really something people are dying to go back and replay on the Nintendo 64. So how is Half-Life any different from GoldenEye? That's a fair question. Is Half-Life 1 worth playing now? Or has its legacy and importance become less relevant? What made it so special that it inspired countless other developers to emulate its formula? Why was it so successful? And 23 years later, is Half-Life 1 still a masterpiece? Well, let's push this thing into the thing, get invaded by aliens, and rev up our crowbar straight into this. Watch this. Hey Gordon, what do you think of the Raycon Everyday E25s? He's not gonna...
Well, Actman, one thing's for certain, these earbuds are definitely worth talking about.
You are absolutely right, Gordon Actman. Do you want to tune out all the gunfire and alien screeching in your life? Are you tired of outdated cords getting in the way? Then you, my friend, need a pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon has arrived from another dimension to offer you premium audio quality at half the price of other top brands. The charging port can be taken on the go. It's a perfect compact design that'll easily fit into the pockets of your HEV suit. The earbuds hold up to 6 hours of playtime and the charging port up to 24.
It's impossible!
Bluetooth pairing is as simple as picking up a crowbar, and Raycon offers several cool designs and colors. Co-founded by Ray J, I just got off the phone with Mike Tyson, and he loves these headphones. Wish he didn't bite that one guy's ear off, because now he can only listen to half the glory. I use my Raycons anytime I go out on a run or work out. Seriously, these are amazing earbuds. And if you use the link buyraycon.com/actman, you better believe your sweet headcrabs you're getting a 15% discount off your entire order. That link, buyraycon.com/actman, is in the description and pinned comment. Thank you, Raycon, for sponsoring this video. How did we evolve from apes to humans? That's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Just kidding, nobody cares. What's more important is how FPS titles evolved from this to this. But you see, it's possible to trace the roots of an idea or invention and discover where it originally came from. That path from point A to point Z is the lineage. Before we get into the gameplay, I want to trace the lineage of shooters to and from Half-Life 1, and in doing so, help you understand just how pivotal this game was and still is. It's a landmark, if you will, a Homo erectus. One of the biggest turning points in our evolution as a species was when primitive caveman learned how to control and use fire. If Wolfenstein 3D and Doom was the shooter genre understanding how to use fire, then Half-Life was the genre learning how to harness electricity. So yes, Gabe Newell is the Benjamin Franklin of first-person shooters. A lot of Valve games originated from a mod of another. You can look at PC gaming overall as a series of work built upon itself. Take that new game Valorant, for example. It basically looks and feels like a cartoon version of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which was a remake of Counter-Strike Source. CS Source was based on the original, and the original was a mod for Half-Life 1. Valve built Half-Life 1 on a modified version of id Software's Quake engine, and Quake was the spiritual successor to Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, which started the whole damn shooter craze in the first place. None of this means Half-Life is somehow the great-great-grandfather of Black Ops Cold War and Russell Adler, or whatever. The important thing is I can draw a line from Valorant, released just last year, back to Half-Life, and say Half-Life played a part in this game's existence. This is a direct result and effect of Half-Life's legacy and how it is still inspiring others to this day. There's a lot of stuff we take for granted in video games and shooters nowadays. Things like scripted sequences, cutscenes, fluid animations, smart AI, a decent story. I said a decent story. A decent story. There you go. But a lot of what made single-player shooters so popular over the years can be traced or at least indirectly linked back to Half-Life. What do I mean? Well, I'll show you.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
Half-Life begins with what every shooter starts with today and what almost no shooter started with prior to 1998. A cutscene. You dropped into the shoes of Dr. Gordon Freeman, who's late for work.
Morning, Mr. Freeman. Looks like you're running late.
Oh shit, I forgot to shave my stylish goatee. Oh well. A robotic voice narrates the history of the facility, talking about its policies as you hear the blaring sounds of industrial equipment in the background.
If your intended destination is a high security...
This announcement feels like a corporate speech that you're forced to listen to before being hired. One that's been manufactured to sound as pleasant as possible. Yet the upbeat tone of the woman's voice contrasts the ominous music as you're taken on rails through the Black Mesa facility in New Mexico. New Mexico is also the site of the Roswell UFO crash in 1947. In case you wanted some extra foreshadowing, little history lesson for you. We see security officers, scientists at work at... Wait, how the hell did they get into those offices? I don't see any doors. You ride through workshops filled with mechanized Goliaths that move out of the way. I think you see Ripley and Apone at one point. We pass missile launch bays before heading down a mine shaft where a readied helicopter gets prepped for takeoff. Here's something about the...
Black Mesa has your course decathlon.
What? The voice continues on about healthcare and the importance of radiation screening as you pass over pools of toxic waste. Now that's what you call ironic. So while this whole section is meant to come across as just another day at work for Gordon, the player can't ignore the warning signs right in front of them. Despite whatever pleasantries were being told through the speaker, we're seeing toxic waste, missiles, and military action throughout Black Mesa. An indication that, maybe some not so cool is going on down here. And wait, who's that guy?
Gordon Freeman in the flesh.
Oh well, I'm sure he's not important. Finally, you arrive at the Sector C test labs, where an officer lets you off the tram.
Morning, Mr. Freeman.
Now, this opening sequence does a fantastic job of setting the tone and introducing you to the world of Half-Life. You get the sense that this is going to be a gritty sci-fi adventure with some dark humor mixed in. No, I'm not trying to say Half-Life invented cutscenes in video games. Symphony of the Night did that.
Time, monster. You don't belong in this world.
But why don't we take a look at the introductions of other popular shooters at the time? Get yourselves ready for the opening cinematic of Wolfenstein 3D. There is no cinematic. Here's how Doom starts. Nope, nothing there. Quake? Nope. Duke Nukem 3D?
Dead. Those aliens bastards are getting paid for shooting up my ride.
Well, he mentions his ride was shut down and he likes titties. I mean, that's something. I guess GoldenEye has a brief intro for each mission, but it's just to show the player where they are. Do you see the first thing that made Half-Life stand out? It went against every shooter's first instinct because you weren't given a gun in the beginning and immediately started blasting everything in sight. Valve showed restraint. Not that there's a problem with jumping into the action right away. I bet loads of people with ADHD couldn't sit through this. But it was only a matter of time before someone came along and said, let's write some context for why you're shooting aliens. I could sum up the general attitude towards shooting games back in the 90s by quoting John Carmack, the father of the genre. No disrespect to him, this was a common sentiment at the time. Story in a game is like a story in a porn movie. It's expected to be there, but it's not that important. John, I'm glad this quote is now outdated because the stories in pornos have gotten way better. You see, back in the 90s, Doom was the hottest shit out there, and everyone wanted to copy it. That is, until Half-Life came along. Kind of like how a few years ago enhanced movement was really popular until Battle Royale started shifting away from that. In this sense, Half-Life was like PUBG, except it wasn't a pile of garbage made by a group of greedy assholes who tried claiming ownership of a genre. We are concerned that Halo may be replicating the experience that Half-Life is known for. While I will go on record and say Doom is probably the most influential game of all time, when you compare the openings of Half-Life to these other titles, and even Doom, there's no contest. Story, characters,
is my hiding spot.
Context, and build-up. These were not the things that made Doom so awesome. And Doom didn't become obsolete when Valve released Half-Life. They simply iterated and evolved the formula. Little did Valve know this simple addition of a non-combat area and scripted sequences that happen in real time would become the new norm in video games and set the foundation for the next 20 years worth of shooters. BioShock, Halo, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Metroid Prime, Fallout, Uncharted, Battlefront, Titanfall. None of these franchises would be where they are without Half-Life. You can really see how strong this trend is when you look at Destiny, a game that tried to shift shooters away from telling stories.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
It didn't work out so well. Battlefront 2015, Black Ops 4, Overwatch, these games were derided because Half-Life made it a standard. If you're making a shooter, people expect a story along with it. I'd have a serious blue balls if this was the only part of Half-Life that had this level of effort put into its story and scripted sequences. But thankfully, my balls are A-okay. Don't be fooled by the graphics, ladies and gentlemen. The opening and entirety of Half-Life has aged as well as Keanu Reeves. So you stroll into the anomalous materials front office and one of the scientists and security officers tells you you're needed for some kind of experiment. Yeah, just another day at work. Anyways, you go down to the... Hey.
That stench. I've smelled it before.
You start talking to more scientists, and at this point you start to wonder why you're suspiciously not given the full details of what's happening.
Now, if you follow standard insertion procedures, everything will be fine.
I don't know how you can say that, although I will admit that the possibility of a resonance cascade scenario is extremely unlikely.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this.
Yes, I do. I'm the guy on the front cover. Everyone's waiting on Gordon, so he grabs his classic hazard environmental suit before heading down into the main reactor. Some gadgets on the wall start breaking.
It's about to go critical.
Making you feel a bit worried.
What the hell is going on with our equipment? It wasn't meant to do this in the first place.
Guys, I don't know what you're up to, but it sounds like something is going to go horribly wrong.
Gordon, we have complete confidence in you.
All right, well, I'll do it, but I'd hate to say I told you so. I fucking knew it!
Don't ever give up, my son.
So the anti-mass spectrometer goes haywire, causing a resonance cascade, which is just fancy talk for aliens are here now. Leave it to science to screw everything up. You get a brief glimpse of this foreign world before being transported back. Oh God, they're watching me. Now it's time to assess the damage. Dead scientists and officers are everywhere. The place is a total wreck. A man desperately tries to revive another. Oh, Jesus! But at least we're given a new objective.
Please, get to the surface as soon as you can and let someone know we're stranded down here.
Only one problem, Doc. I ain't got no weapon.
Now, would you kindly find a crowbar or something?
Thanks, Atlas. Now this is starting to get interesting.
This is where the fun is.
Just gonna call the elevator and... I'll I'll get the next one. Even with its primitive graphics, the storytelling in Half-Life is just as engaging as it ever was. Like when you walk into this office, you see a guy being pulled into the vents. He reaches out desperately for aid. Another dude tries to help. Jesus, it's both comical and frightening. There's so many scenes and moments like this that show off the chaotic state of things without explicitly telling us what's going on.
Over the last 72 hours, 5 colonies.
Yeah, not that shit again. The game doesn't start with us being told how Black Mesa is filled with aliens, the place is fucked, and you gotta go clean it up. As Gordon Freeman, we are an active witness and unwitting participant in everything that plays out. Betrayal. It must have been a trip for gamers back then to see, for the first time, other humans that weren't actively trying to murder you. Let alone watch these officers and scientists walk around like real people. Order drinks from a vending machine, work at a computer, get attacked by a giant tentacle monster. There's a couple guys in the bathroom taking what I assume is a fat dump. No! I mean, this was all advanced stuff. NPCs even refer to you by name. Their heads turn as you walk by. But you can also interact with things, like starting the microwave and watching it explode, or pushing an alarm button that pisses off your coworkers.
My God, are you doing? Come on, Gordon. You trying to get me into trouble?
These moments add a lot of depth and charm to the game. It's what I like to call world building. A lot of big budget games nowadays rely on pre-rendered cutscenes to tell a story with little to no interaction on the player's behalf. Or they bombard you with pointless and boring QuickTime events. Yawn. Valve sees the value of keeping the controller in the player's hands. They don't snatch it from you, point at the screen and shout, Look at how hard we worked on this cutscene.
Nobody cares.
But it can't wash everything away.
Can I skip this? No, this goes on for 20 minutes. Okay.
There's a charming simplicity in the way you keep control of Gordon for 99% of the game. It makes the environments that much more believable and immersive because everything happens in real time. When a bridge is supposed to break, the camera doesn't zoom out, show the bridge breaking, and then zoom back in. It just breaks. There's nothing wrong with pre-rendered cutscenes, but games are an interactive medium. Do you get what I'm saying? Remember how epic this scene in Halo 3 was?
What's up, niggas? I'm back.
Moments like these can be way more powerful in a video game when you show restraint and don't take control away from the player. Let them look around and appreciate it themselves. Let them stay in the moment. This is the philosophy that Half-Life sticks to. And if you notice, it's the same thing with BioShock. Both have silent protagonists. Gordon Freeman is the perfect vessel for you to imprint yourself in the labs of Black Mesa. Your reactions are his reactions. He doesn't scream at the first sight of a zombie like a wimp. In fact, the only thing we know about Gordon is he's a 27-year-old theoretical physicist who graduated at MIT with a master's in beard trimming. Any character traits or personality beyond that is whatever you make of him. I honestly can't find much to complain about aside from the NPCs glitching out at times. Well, that and getting stuck on geometry is always a bitch. But these issues are few and far between. So Half-Life is less of a power fantasy and more a tale of survival horror. Gordon Freeman isn't an action hero with years of experience. He's just a freaking nerd, trapped in an intergalactic conflict, and eventually he becomes that action hero. But first, Gordon has to scavenge the corpses of soldiers and scientists for weapons.
I'll take that.
Unlocking abandoned caches of weapons, secret experimental tech. My man gets his hands on every tool and weapon he can to push back this nightmare. You can even wield a severed hand of a grunt with infinite ammo that shoots homing needles. Where have I heard that before? This is one sexy sandbox, and I bet that's a sentence you don't hear too often. One thing I wish shooters did way more of is give weapons a second function. Whether it's a barrel-mounted shotgun, noob tube, an EMP blast, different types of ammo, it just makes the weapon way more fucking cool. It could even be something simple like left-click for semi-auto fire and right-click for rapid. Half-Life does this amazing thing where it takes a standard familiar gun and puts a slight twist on it to make it unique. How many games have I played where a shotgun can fire 1 or 2 slugs at the same time? Like one other game? You can shoot rockets straight or use the homing function that follows your cursor. Every weapon has these small additions, but together they make a huge difference in the way Half-Life is played. I mean, bugs. Bugs are a weapon in this game. Oh shit, they turn on you! Need I say more? Back to the horror. Half-Life is proof that graphics aren't the only thing that makes a game scary. There's a sense of terror around every corner as you hear the grotesque burgling of aliens in the dimly lit corridors. A crappy flashlight is sometimes your only source of light. Whoa! I hate fighting head crabs in the dark, and it seems throughout this dark adventure, we are being followed, watched from afar.
Ah, hello, Gordon Freeman.
Because of the random teleporting, aliens can ambush you from anywhere. Sometimes they pop in and destroy parts of the level, but other times they're smart and ambush you from behind. Throughout the levels, you see bloody mess after bloody mess. What the? Zombies! A live head crab clutches the skull of a helpless scientist, eager to start the horrible transformation. Seeing a head crab scientist stroke out while a computer monitor flashes, illuminating blood all around, God, it's spooky. Valve was really smart with the enemy placement. Surprise, motherfucker! Head crabs can come out of the ceiling through vents. Zombies will bust down walls. You're constantly on edge, man. Thank goodness we get some occasional backup, though. Gordon makes his way through the destroyed facility and into the office complex, where the helpless survivors get picked off one by one. A lone scientist talks to you.
Everyone's heading for the service, but I think they're crazy not to stay put. Someone is bound to come by and rescue us.
Yeah, we should wait for someone else. Well, this is boring. Off I go. Hooray! The military is here to save us. No! Oh shit! It's a setup. Tango down! The situation gets even crazier as we now have 3 factions mixed up in the fighting. After reaching the surface, it's revealed that the military have taken control of Black Mesa and are attempting to bomb it. Our only means of rescue, seemingly lost. At this point, you probably noticed there's no nav marker or compass showing you where to go, no objective in the corner telling you what to do. The game respects the player's intelligence in figuring things out on their own. This was a deliberate choice to encourage exploration off the beaten path, but the way Half-Life handles its levels is equally impressive. Half-Life may be bold and brash, but it does not belong in the trash. On the surface, it looks kinda like Doom. A speedy main character with an arsenal of weapons battling in labyrinth-type levels, with health packs, ammo, and all sorts of goodies scattered around. But Valve did something incredibly risky and unusual. They attempted to merge 3 styles of games into one. It's a recipe as unique as it is hard to make right, though I'm sure Gordon Ramsay could do it.
It can be easily undercooked or overcooked. Here's how to do it properly.
Aside from these games, I can't think of many shooters that emphasize puzzle solving and platforming as much as the combat itself. Shit, most don't even try. Just throw me into an on-rails turret section. Let the game take me exactly where I need to go. I don't want to get lost. Oh yes, please put up invisible barriers everywhere. My tiny American brain cannot comprehend. So we got 3 things going on. There's your story and dialogue sections, combat, puzzles, and platforming. Half-Life is these components in alternating order. The first 2 levels, for example, you'll learn about the Black Mesa facility through the story, and then have to platform through some traps before getting a crowbar for combat, and then you solve a puzzle to get through to the offices. This is what keeps gameplay fresh from start to finish. Later on, they start mixing and matching the force, so you may have to solve a puzzle while you're platforming on conveyor belts, Or you could be fighting aliens at the same time you're jumping around on a minecart. Or there might be a giant green monster you can't kill with conventional weapons, so you have to solve a puzzle to burn its ass. Half-Life never stays on one type of gameplay for too long, or have you do the same thing over and over again. No gimmick overstays its welcome. Yes, BioShock, I said it. It's perfectly paced gameplay, focusing on build-up, and it triggers your critical thinking skills to kick in. That is what the Half-Life series is all about. But the reason I enjoy the puzzles is because they're not that difficult. Sometimes I don't have patience for the puzzles in platforming, and there are some frustrating areas, like this slippery-ass bridge that not even Luigi could jump on. Ugh, just get over there. Come on, get over there. Oh, there's sharks in the water too if I screw up? Great. Fucking hate these jumps where you don't make it if you're 1 pixel off. You know, it's a real bitch jumping across tiny platforms when you move like Sonic the Hedgehog. Here's one complaint, the movement. Slow the hell down, Gordon. I know you can walk, but I often found the control was inhibiting my ability to make these jumps. Like here, I can't even swim up through this hole. I can't get up. Go through the hole. What the fuck? Where did it go? Oh my god! Also, yes, I did have to look up a YouTube guide a few times. The platforming gets real crazy when you head to Zen, and you get this gravity suit that lets you long jump 50 yards. Overall, I'd say the puzzles and platforming are fun in their own right, but they also make the levels far more interesting to play through and look at. But how's the core shooting? My god, does it kick ass. I could run through how awesome all the 14 weapons are and go into extended, boring detail about how unique the 16 enemy types are and how every encounter feels different, so I'll just say it's tuned to near perfection. It's nice that Half-Life doesn't punish you hard with some straight up bullshit. I mean, you can respawn in like 2 seconds. The difficulty is perfect. Any potential dangers are clearly telegraphed to the player. You almost always feel like each death was your own fault and not the game's. That's a rare difficulty to achieve. It's the mark of a smart game. Even if you separate Half-Life's legacy and take an objective look at its gameplay, it's solid. Hell, I'd say it plays better than most shooters out there. And at the very least, it offers something totally different. Mark Laidlaw is the expert writer behind Half-Life's narrative, and I wanted to give the guy some credit. Please enjoy this 2-second round of applause. Thank you. Half-Life was written in a way to give you enough details that you end up wanting more. I want more. It's one of those stories I end up Googling to satisfy my craving for answers. What were the scientists trying to accomplish by putting this thing into the thing? It's never explained exactly how and why aliens came through the portal, at least not till later games. And I like it that way. It sparks intrigue. So Black Mesa is crawling with aliens from a foreign world, and the military is shaking things up even more because they're trying to bomb the whole area. Throughout the game, you actually hear the Marines talk to each other about the mission.
I've killed 12 dumbass scientists and not one of them fought back. This sucks.
They question orders. There's a lot of moral ambiguity here. And even as Gordon Freeman, we have to wonder about our own actions. Did we cause all of this? But Dr. Freeman soon becomes priority target number 1, as he's proven to be the deadliest nerd amongst the Dungeons & Dragons fan club at Black Mesa. At one point, the Marine's sole objective is to take him down.
So, who's this guy, Freeman? He said he was at Ground Zero. The science team? You think he was responsible? Sabotage, maybe? All I know for sure is he's been killing my buddies. Oh yeah, he'll pay. He will definitely pay.
But then shit gets even wackier because the Marines aren't doing their job, so Alex Mason and a bunch of Black Ops assassins get sent in to kill everyone, including the Marines. Holy crap, I can't handle the thickening of this plot. Freeman's goal is to launch a satellite into space, which will somehow stop the invasion and the portal. And you do this, but shockingly, it doesn't work. Spoiler alert, your ass has been captured.
Where are we taking this Freeman guy? Outside for questioning. What the hell for? We got him. Let's kill him now. And if they find the body?
One of the rare instances where you lose control. But instead of being executed on the spot, Gordon is thrown in a trash compactor and narrowly escapes a cliche death. Battling your way through the waste disposal, you end up in a research lab and make a grisly discovery. Turns out the scientists have known about Zen and the aliens this whole time, and have even captured specimens for research. But why the fuck did you do that? Up until this point, we've obviously been on the side of the geeky scientists getting massacred, but this revelation calls their motives into question. Moral ambiguity. What kind of conspiracy is happening at Black Mesa? The fuck was I going to work for all these years? What did they hope to learn from these aliens? And why were they meddling in their world?
It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge. What do you mean? Oh.
Upon reaching the surface yet again, the tide of battle has clearly shifted in favor of the aliens, who make coordinated strikes against the soldiers. The military bringing out tanks and other shit to combat the aliens, but it's not enough. We overhear a radio transmission that the military is retreating.
You copy? Forget about Freeman. We're abandoning the base. If you have any last bomb targets, mark them on the tactical map. Otherwise, get the hell out of there. Repeat, we are pulling out and commencing airstrikes.
This actually makes the player feel more uneasy because now Gordon is the only person fighting against the aliens, with no other force there to distract them. After battling our way to the Lambda complex, we discover another group of scientists have held out against the odds. They tell us the satellite didn't work because an insanely powerful being is maintaining the connection with the portal. There's only one thing to do. We've got to destroy that monster and end this war. Patch me in, Doc. I'm ready.
It's ready. You must go now.
At last, we arrive at Zen, the homeworld teased to us in the very beginning. Many believe these last few chapters are the low point of Half-Life, and I'd partially agree. It does feel a bit rushed, but the mystique and wonder behind it all is there. It's not a planet, but a series of floating islands in a nonsensical order. It's bizarre and weird, but it's clear other humans have been sent here as their bodies are found throughout. After some extreme platforming, we come face to face with the mother headcrab herself. Get away from me, you bitch! Gordon pushes forward into hostile territory, past the army of alien grunts, and into the lair of the Nihilanth.
I am Wrath.
Who taunts us. Yeah, shut your mouth, baby bitch. It's an epic multi-stage boss fight as we're teleported from room to room, fending off waves of enemies until we obliterate this giant floating baby once and for all. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Yes, I did it. And now I shall die and be remembered as a hero for all time. It's you, the mysterious man.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh.
The G-Man reveals himself impressed at our handiwork and tells us his employers believe we have limitless potential. We get a slight resolution to this whole conflict, and at the end, we're back where we started. Although not exactly. Two men in a tram heading towards the unknown. G-Man gives us a Hobson's choice, in that there's only one thing being offered, and what he gives us is an illusion. Either live and work for me, or I use my superpowers to kill you.
Time to choose.
Well, since it's rather an anticlimax after what we've just survived, there's only one destination.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
Gordon Freeman, status, hired. For 6 long years, these were the last words we'd hear about the fate of Dr. Gordon Freeman. Half-Life has an incredibly captivating story, one that leaves you with way more questions than when you started. Who is the G-Man? Why does he talk like somebody pretending to be human? What are his motives? Who are his employers? Was this all just a power struggle between other alien groups whose power far exceeds our comprehension? Many of these questions have never, ever been answered, leaving fans to speculate for decades. And that's why it's so fun to talk about the story of Half-Life. I praise Dark Souls for this too, the endless room for interpretation. Maybe Half-Life reminds us the disastrous effects of meddling in things beyond our understanding. At the end of the day, nobody can deny Half-Life 1 has more than earned its reputation as one of the GOATs. This game stands shoulder to shoulder alongside Doom, Quake, Combat Evolved, COD 4, BioShock. Every masterclass first-person shooter out there is homies with Half-Life. It's a pivotal moment in the evolution of gaming, and something that deserves every bit of respect and recognition it gets. Half-Life's legacy is still seen and felt today through the lineage of shooters, not to mention the advancements it made in the modding scene. Its formula still being replicated, even without the nostalgia and circle jerking. It's a damn competent shooter capable of surprising you at every turn. You gotta commend Valve for taking such huge risks and doing things most shooters were too afraid to try. Half-Life 1 is still worth playing 23 years later. I had so much fun. With its unique blend of platforming, puzzles, shooting, action, and horror, in my 7.5-hour playthrough, there was never a dull moment. The AI was advanced for the time, but it does show its age. Yet it's easy to see how the NPCs and dynamic enemy behavior blew people's minds back in the day. Wolfenstein and Doom are the granddaddies of the first-person shooter genre. However, Half-Life was the title that showed everyone shooters could do more than shoot. And Half-Life showed the world not every action hero needs to be a cigar-smoking alpha male dude bro. Sometimes the quiet, nerdy scientist on his way to work gets thrust into an epic race of survival. It's no surprise why Valve went from a nameless nobody to a household name after releasing their first game. Because Half-Life was, and always will be, a masterpiece.
The majority of senior members of Bungie who left voluntarily, that might not have been their first choice. What appears to be happening at the surface is not the full story, and there are things that go way, way back. We acted like it was our IP to control, and we made the decisions. When I saw that spirit go away, it was very depressing. The executives at Microsoft have decided that we're not going to do a PC port of Halo. And I said, yeah, that's completely unacceptable. He goes, well, Marty, it's just a business decision. So when I say we couldn't get Microsoft out of Bungie, that's what I mean. Come on, people. Can't you figure that out? I feel like my period of time with Bungie, for me, I consider that Camelot. That was the perfect time. And when you're in Camelot and it's happening, you're sort of not aware of how great it is. And I leave it up to other people to decide what sort of company Bungie ended up being and it is today.
What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and today I have a very special guest with me today, here to talk about the recent drama surrounding Bungie and maybe some old drama about Bungie. We might be uncovering some stones today to see what kind of critters and bugs and maggots lie beneath. Ladies and gentlemen, Marty O'Donnell.
Here I am. Thank you. Thank you. Can I call you Kelly, or is that too
You
personal?
sure can.
I feel more comfortable doing that than like the lonely cat man or whatever you are now.
I'm taking care of a cat right now.
I shouldn't have told Marty that.
Lonely
Yeah,
cat
good.
man, come on, that's a low blow.
It is.
Right in my feelings. Marty and I have talked on previous occasions about, Bungie, Halo. I actually did an entire interview on my channel. What was that, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
It's got to be more than 3. I've been in Las Vegas a little over 3 years, so that was in the middle of COVID back when I was still in Seattle. So that's we're talking 4 or 5 years ago, believe it or not. So
Great video. I mean, everybody loved it. I remember seeing the comments on that because I think that might have been the first or second time I talked with you, and all the comments are like, just look at Ackman's face. He's so fucking happy right now.
See, you're not as enamored anymore. You're not intimidated by my glowing fame.
I'm immune to starstruck.
Yes.
I no longer get starstruck.
Plus, you know, the thing I like about you is you are a fun streaming content creator. You don't consider yourself a journalist. I made some fun yesterday on Twitter about journalists, game journalists especially. And I know a lot of game journalists, and a lot of them are my friends, and I've had good conversations with lots of them. But I continue to sort of get astounded at the amount of, shall I say, ignorance that the journalists seem to remain in when it comes to what happens inside of game studios. I know it's tough to get inside and find out and really dig as a journalist to find out what's really going on inside these game studios. But, you know, I've been here for a while saying, hey, you know, if you guys want to talk to me, I'll give you some details. You know, there have been certain points in my life where I can't give details. But at this point, I'm sort of open to giving details, and people don't take me up on it. So either they don't take me seriously anymore, or they don't think I have anything new to add. But
yeah, I'm doing the real journalistic integrity.
I'm not a journalist.
I'm not a rapper.
I don't know the first thing about journalism, but I do give, I think, a sort of layman's perspective on things, or at least someone who's like really into the game industry. So like, you know, the last time Bungie laid people off was October 2023, and I don't know if you saw on my Twitter, but I went back and I saw Pete Parsons' response, and it's almost just the exact same, like, oh man, such a difficult decision, you know? So I may not have the inside scoop, like with the journalist angle, like someone like Jason Schreier might have.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Jason Schreier, because I've spoken with Jason many, many times, and yeah, I mean, I still have an open call out to Jason. Like, anytime you want to talk to me about, you know, to confirm some details. I know he's talking to some inside Bungie employees that remain anonymous.
Of course.
And there's a reason why all these people have to remain anonymous and like be off the record, and, you know, it's all, you know, cloak and dagger intriguing stuff. It's amazing to me, though. There are two things. Let me just say, there are two things that happen when you work at a studio. You have these two NDAs that you sign. One is non-disclosure agreement, and the other is non-disparagement agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Those things don't seem to matter when you are first being hired, because you're like, wow, I'm being hired. I get to work in the game industry. I get to do my dream job. Sure, where do I sign? So you sign away some rights, which really don't mean much until you're let go or fired, or something happens that causes you to no longer work for that company. And then as you're leaving, as you're walking out the door, they go, remember, non-disclosure, non-disparagement. And you're like, yeah, what does that mean exactly? So yeah, think about it this way. Corporation, giant, big, huge, all the power employee. I'm just a meek employee down here. Please, sir, can I have some more? Yeah. That's just the way it goes, right?
I'm just happy to be working my dream job.
Yes. And so now
you can't ever criticize us if we treat you like shit.
Yes. We will sue you into oblivion if you violate these NDA things. And most employees, former employees, are like, well, I'm not sure I know exactly what that means. It's just easier to keep my mouth shut for the rest of my life.
Yep.
And that's why it's so hard for people to find out what the heck's going on. So when I see people tweet and say, I can't believe this guy fired me 2 days after he showed me his cars, that's just a hypothetical.
Right.
Saying. I'm like, oh, well, there's a person who's not that worried about, you know, being sued into oblivion, which is kind of encouraging to me to see that some people have a spine. If everybody who was laid off or fired in the entire game industry just all at the same time came out and spilled the beans, none of these corporations have enough money or firepower to sue everybody.
How many lawyers would that take? If it's like 100 people.
It was 100 people suing me.
Which is crazy to think about.
Well, I might be exaggerating slightly, but
it was basically their entire legal department at Bungie was coming after
they came after me for a really long time. There's a long, convoluted story there, and it's ridiculous, and I'm willing to talk about all sorts of things. The one thing about non-disparagement is, and I'm encouraging everybody, and you know, I have lawyer friends and lawyer enemies. Some of my best friends are lawyers. Some of my best enemies are lawyers. But the thing about non-disparagement is if you're telling the truth and you're not being overtly or overly, critical, you're just telling the truth, it's really hard to prove disparagement. So I would encourage everybody, look, just tell your story, be unemotional, don't name call. Disparaging is one of those, terms of art in the legal profession that can be interpreted in a lot of ways. And the corporations and the executives who want to sue you into oblivion would love to interpret it super harshly and accuse you of all sorts of things. It's really hard to prove that. Costs them a lot of money. Unfortunately, to defend yourself, it costs you money too. So that's why most people just say, yeah, I'm just going to go on and get another job.
And just wipe my brain, basically. So you've seen the news about the Bungie layoffs and all of that stuff.
Huh?
Yeah, I know, crazy, right?
Was that recently?
Yeah. I know. The more things change, the more they stay the same. There were a few tweets I saw. One of them said, I've been impacted by the layoffs announced this morning. It's been a privilege working with everyone at Bungie for the past almost 5 years, but it's just really bad timing because my maternity leave was supposed to start next Monday and I get laid off today. That's pretty, it's Saturday as of recording this. Ooh, that maternity leave would have been nice in 2 days, but yeah, it's like that cliche, like he was just 1 day off from retirement.
So here's the thing, and people have rightly criticized any comments that I've made for, hey, you haven't even been at Bungie for, over a decade. Now that's true. I still have a few acquaintances inside Bungie. I have a few inside knowledge things, but not that much, and I haven't been there. But I do know some of the main players who are doing things that I've seen them do for many years. So I can at least say, hey, there's a pattern here, and there are people who I find very interesting that they are no longer at Bungie, knowing that if they could have hung on for a couple more years, they probably would have made out pretty good because there was a kind of vesting plan for people who are employees of Bungie in terms of the Sony buyout.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a vesting plan, and in order to vest, you have to remain. And if during the vesting period, this is just a technical thing, if during the vesting period you get fired, that's when it ends. So if tomorrow was the day that vesting was going to come through for you, and you get fired the day before, whoops, you don't get that money.
But Bungie gets to save some money, so it's not all bad, right?
Exactly.
They got purchased for a few $1 billion? Not quite enough, I don't think. So when you talk about vesting, are you, and more higher up guys, are you referring to Luke Smith and some of the other?
Interesting. Yeah. I would assume, I don't know for a fact,
that he probably wanted to stay there. Okay. All right. I get what you're saying though.
Yeah, I might not be super specific on every question you answer or ask me.
Fair enough.
But I think there are things you could easily speculate about,
Gotcha.
Knowing what people's roles used to be or were just until recently or whatever. The higher up you are, the more likely you are participating in some sort of stock equity related program. This is the thing that also sort of surprises me, and people on the outside constantly look at salary. And I would say salary isn't the whole picture. Ownership, stock ownership, equity in the company.
Especially if the company is doing well, right?
Yeah. Or if the company gets bought for a huge pile of money, somehow the stock in the original company now has to be purchased by the new company. So Sony actually had to buy a bunch of stock, and it was probably some sort of deal on that, obviously.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It seems like there's a pattern of certain senior members at Bungie leaving under, mysterious circumstances. And it seems there are two that remain, always two that remain. You know the old Sith creed, right?
No.
Always two there are. A master and an apprentice.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Am I crazy, or is that a real pattern that I'm noticing?
What's interesting to me, and if you want to, we can get into some of the details, but this goes back a long time. Hey, by the way, did anybody celebrate the fact that July was the 25th anniversary of the Steve Jobs Macworld 99 unveiling of Halo to the world with Jason Jones and the monks and the music and all that? Does anybody remember that was 25 years ago?
That's
Just
crazy.
The story of Bungie doesn't start there. It starts back in 92, 93 with Alex and Jason. And so there are many, eras of Bungie. And I was a big part of maybe a couple of the eras, but the modern Bungie, I definitely am not part of.
I would almost argue, Marty, that you being fired, is that the correct term? Or like,
oh yeah, no, I was outright fired, yes.
When you got fired, it marked the end of an era, or at least the end of a perception I think we all had about Bungie. The Destiny games were still fun to an extent, but I think there was very clearly something that radically changed right after that.
Well, what's interesting, when I was on the verge of being fired and knew that firing was coming up, and I'd been warned about being fired, and there was almost an entire year. This is the other thing people don't remember. I mean, 25 years is a long time, and I had worked with Bungie for 3 years prior to that. I think I met the guys in 96, 97, something like that. We shipped our first game in 97. So even by the time Macworld came out, I'd been with those guys, working with those guys for a while. And then I became an employee officially in 2000. So when you think about how much can happen in 2 weeks, and we're not going to get into politics, I promise, but I mean, just look at how much the political landscape has changed in like the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, a lot can change in a quick amount of time.
Yeah, how much can change over time? And if things can change that much in just a matter of weeks, the fact that we're talking about something that happened 25 years ago, think about how much can happen in a 25-year span. Just amazing amounts of stuff can happen. So
that's
just
5/6 of my life. 5/6 of my life.
There you go. You're just a kid.
Yeah, so I'm 30 now. I'm officially old.
30. Did you really hit 30?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. I look like shit, huh?
No, you're looking good. You're looking good.
Thank you. You too, by the way. The hair and beard combo is...
Well, anyway, my point is that a lot has happened, and there are patterns you can see, but like what appears to be happening at the surface is not the full story, and there are things that go way, way back. So when you talk about, wow, who has been there the whole time, who has not left, that is an interesting story.
That's an interesting thing to, I think I remember Jason was kind of away from the public for a long time, and there was like the first interview he gave in 6-7 years or something. Which he's kind of always been a bit more reclusive, right?
Well, Jason has evolved over time. There's no doubt about that. Parts of him have always been the same. He's never really liked the limelight, but he was sort of the face of Bungie back in the day. He didn't shy away from being videotaped by...
You guys had to force him into that, I bet.
No. He was happy to do his little mugging for the camera back when Doug Zartman was shooting or Tuncer Denise was shooting. So if you look back in the Marathon days and the Myth days, Jason was out there a lot. I mean, I did a video with him in my studio working on Myth and Fallen Lords, and he loved it. And he was out there doing his thing, and he didn't do a lot of interviews because nobody was doing a lot of interviews. That was not necessarily a big thing back then. But Jason didn't mind being on camera and being out there and being part of the marketing, so to speak. But it was a much different time period, right? It was like the stakes were not as high as they ended up being. The budgets of these games were much lower, and it was a more seat of the pants operation. So Alex and Jason were a fun combo, but Jason didn't shy away from being interviewed. That happened later. I think when success came into Bungie, more and more success, more and more spotlight, Jason sort of started retreating, and that became his persona.
I remember something very specific you told me in Las Vegas when I met you during TwitchCon. I believe you said Jason wanted to have fuck you money. I believe that's the way it was put.
Maybe I said, did I say F you money, maybe?
Yes. I appreciate you not cursing in front of my young Christian audience. Thank you.
Yeah, Jason was he didn't have a problem talking about the fact that he wanted to be able to at some point get compensated for the huge influence that he had on the gaming industry, which he did. He has been compensated, trust me.
Yeah.
I know this for sure.
Deservedly so?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marathon was a moment in gaming history. Myth was a moment in gaming history. Halo was a huge moment. And all of us who worked with Jason and for Jason were attracted by the games Jason made, or just attracted by the way he thought about things, the way he designed games. None of us would take any of that away from Jason. His talent is huge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and Destiny 2 also.
Destiny was pretty monumental. I mean, you could debate on the
It has a
quality.
10-year run.
Yeah.
Whatever there was, 1,200 people working. How many people? Just so many things about Destiny, so many things about Halo, and it goes right back to Jason Jones without a doubt. Now, Jason didn't do it by himself. Certainly, I think the combination of Jason Jones and Alex Seropian was a magic combination. I don't think either one of them alone could have done what the two of them did together. So I think that's a very interesting combo that you have to look at both of them as the founders of the original Bungie software.
The reason I bring up Jason Jones is because he's pretty much the only person left I can think of from the old Vidocs that, like, in my head, I really associate Bungie with. And I find it interesting because, again, you and I talked about certain things in Vegas, and I'm curious to know how many of the more senior members of Bungie left willingly or had to make it appear that they left willingly.
That's a great question, and I might have to be slightly careful in how I answer this, but my recollection is the majority of senior members of Bungie who left voluntarily, that might not have been their first choice.
Gotcha.
Now remember, I didn't leave voluntarily. I was fired, so it obviously wasn't my first choice. So
right.
I was the one who said, yeah, no, I'm not taking the separation deal. I don't like it. I don't believe in it. I think it's crap. So if you want me gone, you're going to have to fire me.
So if people were to go back, they might see a pattern of people, and then they get to Stonewall Johnson, a.k.a. Marty O'Donnell, who puts his foot down and says, no, you're going to have to fire me. And it's just interesting that, this whole big lawsuit happened between you guys, and, a lot of other people just seem to leave without much fuss.
Yeah, people can assume all sorts of things about why that was, but I was determined that I wasn't going to fall for what I considered to be the same trap that others had fallen into. And what I started seeing is this because of the fact that I have founder stock in the new Bungie Inc.? And is my share of Bungie more than they want to credit me for? And if I stay another few weeks, is my stock going to vest? Is this the reason I'm going? Or is it because I'm such a horrible person and I deserve to be fired? And hey, there's two ways of looking at it.
Right.
So once they fired me, with just a few weeks to go before my stock vested, my founder's stock.
Just a few weeks, huh? Interesting.
Yeah. And by the way, I had already, the majority of what I was going to do on Destiny 1 was done.
And just to be clear to people, you would have stuck with Bungie, like not just because your stock vested, but because you did enjoy what you're doing and, you just enjoyed working on Destiny and the music.
Yeah, well, I was audio director, so I loved casting actors. I loved working with the writers on the scripts. I loved, directing actors in the studio. I loved working with musicians and other composers. Heck, I had just spent 2 years working with Paul McCartney on Music of the Spheres. So, and plus I was on the board of directors at Bungie, and I was one of the senior executives, and I had founder stock. So the idea that I was just sort of like, well, he's just got this guy over to the side that writes music for us every once in a while, and then he start mouthing off, so we're going to fire him. That's just not the way I looked at it. And I
don't think anybody
clearly shows.
Yeah, I don't think any reasonable person saw it that way. We do always have to be careful when we talk about these things. But just to be clear, what were the previous leadership people?
Leadership people.
What were some of the
people?
What were some of the previous leadership at Bungie who didn't leave as their first choice? What were they in charge of?
Well, let's see. The way I remember it, I was the fifth of five. All these roles were creative. So there was one of the first people to leave was a person who had been a lead designer for Halo 1, Halo 2, and Halo 3, and worked hard on design for Destiny, one-on-one with Jason Jones. So that was a pretty major person in my mind, a creative person to go.
Mm-hmm.
And soon after that, the two of the people that went were the two people who directed and created ODST, who had been previously main writer and main designer, one of the lead designers for Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST. So that's three. So the fourth person that I didn't like to see him go was somebody who had been art director for Bungie for Halo 1, 2, and 3, and then was project lead on Halo Reach.
Wow, so just pivotal, hugely important people at Bungie.
Right. And I was on the board during that time, and I was just like, wait a minute, what's going on? Now remember, it took years for this to happen.
It wasn't just like a set of dominoes falling over.
No, it's like sort of at the beginning of 2011 into 2013. So over like a 2-3 year period, these things were happening. And I would ask questions like, well, wait a minute, what's going on? Why are we doing this? And it would be like, well, they signed a non-disclosure agreement and a confidentiality agreement. And this is on me. As a board member, I should have insisted, no, you can't have these people sign confidentiality agreements and not have a board member see it. I should have insisted on seeing what this was.
Yeah.
And some of these people I took out to lunch, like, hey, Smarty, what's going on? Yeah, let's get lunch. And then they would tell me their story. So I certainly don't want to get any of these people in trouble because maybe they broke their confidentiality agreement by talking to me. But what I saw was this is not good. This is a pattern of the people in leadership who were not creatives. They came with a pedigree from Microsoft. They were not the original Bungie team. So when I say we couldn't get Microsoft out of Bungie, that's what I mean. Come on, people. Can't you figure that out?
Yeah. I was just about to bring up the tweet Microsoft never left Bungie.
No, they didn't.
They never left.
That's because I guess I have an excuse for why that happened. In hindsight, I think it was a huge, huge mistake to allow essentially the training that some people have gotten from Microsoft to actually stay inside of Bungie leadership. And that's where I see some of the problems happening. Because now, trust me, there are other people who were in creative leadership, who were original Bungie members, who went along with what I would consider to be bad business decisions. I mean, getting rid of some of these creatives, in my opinion, was bad business decisions, and also just sort of like, that seems kind of mean. It doesn't seem right.
Especially because none of you guys wanted to leave at that point, correct?
I could say this for myself. I saw the writing on the wall more than a year before I was fired. And it got increasingly frustrating to stay inside and work in the system of Bungie with the way decisions were being made by leadership. So I was, to a certain extent, kind of looking forward to not being there anymore because I couldn't make them do what I thought was right. So I had one vote out of whatever it was. I think there were 7 of us on the board. 7. It was 1 against 6 for a long time. And I could see that we were parting ways. I felt this was important. The rest of the board felt something else was important. So I wasn't necessarily a happy camper inside Bungie for a while.
Yeah.
So in the sense that, like, it kind of was a relief. And I'm not going to speak for any of the other 4 guys that I've been talking about, but I have a feeling some of them probably felt the same way. It's time to move on, and that's why they took the deal. So when I say it wasn't their first choice, I think there's more to it than just a binary choice. It's sort of like, I would have chosen to stay if I could have had influence to see Bungie go in a better direction, in my opinion, a better direction, right? I mean,
like maybe in your position, if you hadn't seen previous creative leads kind of slowly but surely brought to the guillotine, metaphorically speaking. Like, if you hadn't seen that, if all those guys maybe were still there, if they wanted to be, probably would have felt different.
Yes, I don't think I would have been the first one out.
Yeah.
I was the fifth one out, which is to a certain extent kind of, I wish in hindsight that I had had more of a spine. Believe it or not, when the very first guy went out, I was incensed, but I didn't sacrifice myself for his sake.
Yeah.
I remember saying, wait, did we just get rid of the best designer we've ever had? And the guy who was at that moment, we had a producer position who was in charge of the designers inside Bungie. And I talked to him. I'm like, wait, did we just get rid of the very best designer we've ever had? And he goes, yeah, we did. I'm like, okay, how does that make sense? Like, our total design power, went from here down to here, and with no plan on fixing the deficit. And he's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like I said, we just have to be careful about how much detail we reveal, because again, Marty has immunity. I don't have immunity necessarily, and I might be a little concerned based on something you told me, right? Which was that when you were going through certain things with Bungie, our previous interview was actually used as evidence against you.
Yes, it was.
Wow. I helped work to incriminate you. Let's go. Let
me just say, you probably cost me money. That's
But I paid you an exposure, and that's
yes. The exposure was wonderful. The thing that they came after me with, remember that after I was fired in 2013, I didn't sue for wrongful termination, which is a mistake most people make. I completely said, fine, Bungie, you have every right to fire me. You just don't have the right to take the stock that I earned, especially as a founder of Bungie Inc. Now, that Bungie Inc. started basically 2007. July 7th, 2007, Bungie got independent of Microsoft. I went in, believe it or not, it was me. I went into the bank, I went to a lawyer friend, I got us set up as an LLC, I went and started a bank account, I had to get money. I think I got $100 from each one of the 7 guys that started the new company. And that eventually got rolled over in, 7, always 7.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I don't think that's a Bungie number anymore. I don't think they really care anymore. So I was the one who started the new company with the other 6 guys. But by the time we got to Bungie Inc., which was around end of reach time period, that was going to be the new corporation going forward. So basically 2011, January 1st, 2011 you can sort of see that's the beginning of Bungie Incorporated, just Bungie. That was what it was called, Bungie Inc. Up until then, it was Bungie Software Inc., which then disappeared. People forget Bungie Software Incorporated from Chicago disappeared. It was completely, entirely consumed.
No, you guys were born and raised in Washington. Right?
So we, the original Bungie crew moved out to Seattle. We were 100% blue badge Microsoft employees for 7 years, from 2000 to 2007. And we worked our way out of that, starting, believe it or not, halfway through Halo 2. So in 2002, 2003, that's when we started negotiating with Microsoft to get ourselves free and independent. So that took 4 years, at least. So by 2007, we're independent again, new company. Eventually that becomes Bungie Inc. Figure that's another 4 years after we got ourselves truly independent. Bungie Inc., the company we know of as today, started in 2011.
And then they sold on with Activision Blizzard, right?
No, we had already signed a deal with Activision Blizzard before that. We were working on that deal while we were finishing Reach. And by the way, the negotiations with Microsoft to get ourselves free took a couple of years at least. We were negotiating that at least a couple of years before Halo 3 came out. So when Halo 3 came out, which was fall of 2007, we were already fully independent. So people just forget how long these things take and who were the players.
Yeah,
so
who were the players involved?
Absolutely one of the players, and people in the studio. Some of them looked to me to make a good deal. And some of them were like, Marty, why are you doing this? Why are we doing this? We should stay at Microsoft. And I'm like, no, we shouldn't. We should be independent. We should own our own IP. We should never let a big corporation own the intellectual property that we're creating. As creators, we should own our intellectual property. And that was my point from the beginning, and which we did. So when we made the deal with Activision,
it was just for publishing.
It was just publishing. We owned the IP. And by the way, that's essentially, in my mind, the reason I was fired. because Activision, in my opinion, was starting to try to push us around as though they owned the IP. And I was against that. Just that simple. Now, get somebody else in here if you want. You could get Harold Ryan in, you could get Jason Jones in, you could get Pete Parsons in, and they will tell you their side of the story.
Oh, yeah.
They will tell you Marty's a jerk, and Marty was disruptive, and Marty wasn't a team player. Let them tell you everything. I'm telling you my side of the way I remember it.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is correct.
I would gladly have any of those guys on if they wanted to come on and dispute any of Marty's claims. So there's still a few things I wanted to ask you about to just kind of get like a better understanding of what has really happened at Bungie. I mean, you've brought up Pete Parsons. He seems like a pretty nice guy, you know, living the life. He's got all these fancy cars. I mean, what's not to like about him? He had to make a difficult decision, Marty. It was so hard for him.
It was hard. It was very difficult. And for the record, Pete drove me around in his muscle car. I think it was a Pontiac GTO from like 1966 or something. It was great. A convertible GTO, souped up. It was great. This is probably, gosh, at least 15 years ago. At least. So Pete was always somebody who enjoyed his cars. So,
and that's totally fine, by the way. Like, I just want to make it clear to people, like, if you're providing a product that's valuable and you sell it like a good businessman and you make money, yeah, sure, go ahead, spend $2.3 million on cars or whatever. I think the issue people have is
it's
when...
not like he's burning his money like I did on my congressional race. He actually...
But you did that for fun. And,
I did.
You know,
it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete, you know, he could be buying collectible, he could be buying real estate, he could be buying coins, right? I mean, he could be buying action figures like behind you. He likes to collect stuff, right? His passion is collecting cars. It's his money, and he has every right to buy what he wants to buy. So I don't have a problem with Pete buying cars, but I do disagree with when people talk about Pete Parsons as though he's been an executive at Bungie for the last 20 years. That's just not true. And I would like people to understand who Pete Parsons is, where he came from, what his pedigree is, and why this isn't necessarily a huge shock to me that what's happening at Bungie is happening. You know, the first time I met Pete was during the Halo 1 days. Pete was a Microsoft employee. I think he might have been in the executive level. So while we were working on Halo 1, we would run into Pete every once in a while because he was part of the marketing team from Microsoft. And he was a big fan of what we were doing. He was a big fan of what was happening with Halo.
Clearly he saw the potential in it.
Yeah, I mean, and to the extent that Xbox marketing emphasized Halo was certainly a partnership between us and Pete Parsons and Ed Fries, but for example, Ed Fries, who was at the time was head of Microsoft Game Studios. So a couple of things happened within a year after shipping Halo 1. So now we're talking 2002. Alex Seropian left. So a full year after we shipped Halo 1, Alex left. Somewhere around that same time period, I might be within 6 months, I don't remember, Ed Fries left Microsoft Game Studios. So there we are, the guy who was sort of our protector inside Microsoft, Ed Fries, was gone. And then when Alex was hired by Microsoft, along with everybody else inside of Bungie, which no longer existed, we became a business unit, the Bungie business unit. Right? Inside Microsoft. Now, what we insisted on is hey, you guys got to let us act like we're still Bungie, so our fans we think that we're going to be separate from the rest of Microsoft. We're not doing any of that Microsoft crap. We're not doing any of those reports the way you do it. We're doing our own thing, and they let us do that. Especially Ed Fries thought it was great. So we were able to the outside world, it still seemed like Bungie was a little game studio that could, and we made Halo. Now, of course, we couldn't have done that without the support of behemoth, Microsoft. But remember, we were going to be a launch title, which means we were making something for a product that didn't exist. We were making something for a platform that had no track record. We weren't making a PC game at that point. We had changed the direction from making a PC game that we hoped would sell a million units. And there were millions and millions of PCs out there, right? So you know when you have a platform that you're making something for, like let's say the PlayStation 2 at the time, which we could have done. We knew that there were X number of PlayStation 2s out in the the gaming sphere that hopefully we'll get a certain number shipped for that. When you're a launch title, it's a giant crapshoot. So you can't do it because you're depending on a certain number of units to be sold. So Microsoft had to completely be 100% support of us. We still wanted to the outside world make people think that we were an independent studio, and we acted like an independent studio. And we really did. Our attitude, go back and look at some of those early videos. We would make fun of Microsoft, we would pretend like they were the evil empire and all that stuff, but we were 100% dependent on them funding us.
Right.
So at the time, we had a pretty good relationship with them, especially when Ed Fries was there, because he kind of understood the individual personalities involved, and he really respected creativity, and he allowed it to happen. So all through Halo 1, Pete was not very present at all. He came in from the Microsoft side. A year after Halo 1 had shipped, that's when we lost Alex. That's about when Ed Fries was gone. So now we had to figure out who was going to run the studio. Now, Alex was officially the only person at Bungie who wasn't just a Microsoft employee. He had been hired in as a Microsoft executive.
Which is a good connection to have.
Yeah. So we loved the fact that Alex was sort of our shield against certain things. Alex got very frustrated. You should have Alex on your show. Alex might actually do your show.
Sure.
But I remember him talking to me and just saying, Marty, this is so hard because I used to be the man, meaning that he was the guy in charge of Bungie. And he says, now I'm sort of an in-between guy. I'm having to sell to my, superiors above me and then sell down to the people within Bungie. I'm in between. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound like the kind of place you want to stay very long. I get it, Alex. You need to be out doing your own thing. And I totally understood that. I felt the same way about me. I thought that I was going to be gone.
You needed to sprout your wings and fly away.
Yeah, which, by the way, probably would have been not a dumb thing for me to have done in 2002. I could have easily just said, yeah, this was a blast. I'm not really cut out to be an employee of Microsoft, but I sure enjoyed working on Halo, the first Halo with all you guys, and now I'm going to go back to Chicago and do my own thing.
An alternate reality that we don't want to see.
There's so many alternate realities.
Yeah. So it's the main gist of what you're getting at is that you guys sort of lost like you said, the shield between you and the more corporate side of video game development, the interference, the sort of hey, do this, make it faster, make it cheaper, all that sort of thing. And then somebody else came in who was not as good of a shield.
Well, let me just say this. We interviewed many people to be the studio manager. Some people were outside of Microsoft. I can't remember exactly what the discussions were, but I can remember the gist. Pete came in, and to some of us, we were sort of like, yeah, Pete's a marketing guy from Microsoft. Why would we want him to be the studio manager? Pete sold us very well on his lifelong desire to be a studio head of a bunch of creative people. And he felt like he could just handle all the business problems, and especially he knew Microsoft, so he could be that guy between Microsoft and us. So there were some people on the team that were, looking askance. Do we really believe this is going to happen? And by the way, if you ever get Alex Sorokin on your show, you should ask him straight up. Just say, what did you think of Bungie's decision back in 2002 after you left to have Pete Parsons be the studio manager? See if he'll answer.
Okay. Can I point out something real quick is that and then final shape releases, over 1 million pre-orders, just pre-orders, all these layoffs. So when you talk about Microsoft, I feel like that's kind of a consistent strategy of releasing something, okay, cutting the fluff. Or
Well, let's just talk about Microsoft for a second. Because a lot of people act like, gosh, Microsoft hasn't been an influence on Bungie for over a decade. Why is that even a thing?
Yeah.
Well, let's just think about this for a second. Number one, it takes a long time sometimes for things to pan out the way they do. But when I was at Microsoft, I knew all the people. There was Robbie Bach and Shane Kim and Ed Fries, of course, Peter, Tattoo Peter, what's his name? Halo 2 Tattoo. Oh, come on. The tattoo. Halo 2 will launch November 4th. Peter Moore.
Peter Moore. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, I remember that name.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I worked directly with Peter Moore. Of course, Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer was there the whole time. Almost the whole time. There was a point, Phil Spencer strategically, this is my opinion, but he strategically went to England for a couple of years, right during the period of time where Bungie was negotiating its independence from Microsoft. I might be wrong. You should get Phil Spencer on your show. Ask Phil about...
I might have said some mean things on one of my Xbox videos. I would love to have him on.
Yes. Phil might have purposely decided to stay out of the blast radius of Bungie leaving Microsoft, or maybe not, I don't know. But I've had a long relationship with Phil Spencer, but I know how these people think. Don Matrick was a huge disappointment to me, but I wasn't that sad because by the time Don Matrick came in, Bungie had already gotten its independence. One of the negotiators, by the way, one of those guys was a guy named Don McGowan, who worked for Microsoft as a lawyer. Fast forward a few years, and it's Don McGowan as chief legal counsel for Bungie.
Oh.
How interesting. So,
how do you know that?
Well, I guess he probably showed up on some documents that were served to me. Yeah. These are details that I think people, especially journalists, like if they dug a little bit, they could see these.
You can see the writing on the wall, right? You know, you know that meme from Always Sunny where it's Charlie looking at the board and he's like,
yeah,
and he's connected all the dots.
Yes.
He's not actually crazy.
The way people think about corporate shipping of games and managing studios, there is a pattern that comes from a big corporation like Microsoft. When people say you should blame Bungie, well, I do blame Bungie. But it's just, to me, it's because the people who were at the top level of Bungie were at one point at the top level of Microsoft. It's like, that's where they got trained. That's where they decided, this is the way you handle people. This is the way you handle creatives. This is the way you handle intellectual property. This is how you ship stuff. This is just the way they do it.
So this is how you sell products. It's almost antithetical to what Bungie fought against when they were trying to stay independent and feel like they were still independent, right?
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a point in time, several moments where I was on the board and I said, we acted like we owned our IP when we didn't under Microsoft. And now that we're working with Activision, we act like they own the IP. It just cracked me up. We acquiesced, we caved to things that Activision wanted us to do that I didn't think we should have, because we were acting like they owned the IP and they had control. But when we were inside Microsoft, we still had this amazingly ridiculous independent spirit, and we fought against Microsoft all the time. We acted like it was our IP to control, and we made the decisions. When I saw that spirit go away, it was very depressing for me personally. And it was at the same time I was seeing some of my compatriots also go, my brothers in arms, so to speak.
Yep, your brothers in arms. Cue music track.
Do it.
Yeah, it is enlightening because I don't think many people thought about how Bungie's time under Microsoft really affected them long term. They kind of just saw, oh, okay, they're out, they're free. Now they can really be creative and free, and they've cast off the shackles and they can do whatever they want, and nobody's telling them what to do.
Yeah, that was my vision, but unfortunately, the money was too big. If there's any lesson I've learned is when the money's too big, people change their behavior,
and they change
it's just
their
not
values.
something I do. Yeah, you know, whether those values were ever exactly